Chapter 1. I can feel them, the eyes on me, watching my every move. They've been watching me since I left my apartment, but they haven't made a move. I've been careful to stay near people. People are safe. Not as safe as they used to be, with their attention now focused on the devices in their hands or the voices in their ears. But some are still awake. Some are still watching those around them. I see it in the occasional smile or even the subtle eyebrow lift. I see it, and I pray there are enough of them for me to finish my task. The familiar blue shape appears in the distance like a buoy, marking a designation in the ocean. If I can just make it there, the rest won't matter. Clutching the package tighter in my arms, I quicken my pace. Just 20 more feet, then 10, 5. My eyes dart around one more time before I reach out to grasp the cold metal handle. And while no one seems to be watching me, I still expect a hand to latch onto my shoulder or a bullet to pierce my skin. But there's nothing. I drop the package into the dark expanse and sag with relief. It's gone now, and there's nothing they can do to get it back. It will be picked up and sorted and sent to the proper address. Maybe not today, maybe not even for a few days, but it will make it there, and that's enough for me. Someone will receive it, and they will know the truth, even if something happens to me. With my task complete, I pull my coat tighter and turn back to go home. Now that my focus is off the package, I can feel the wind biting through my jacket. I quicken my pace, keeping my eyes open for any villainous movement, any sign of them. But I see none. As I walk, I wonder if I've imagined it all. Maybe no one has been following me. Maybe I've worked myself up over nothing. My anxiety has betrayed me like this before, although never this bad. I should never have told her what I knew. That was dumb. I unlock my door and scurry into my apartment, locking the door behind me and leaning against it. My heart pounds out a vicious rhythm, and my breath comes in quick rasps, but I'm safe. Now I just need to calm down. Closing my eyes, I take a few deep breaths, the way my mother taught me when I was young. After a few minutes, the pace of my heart begins to slow, and when I open my eyes, the blank canvas I spy across the room sends a wave of relief through me. Painting always makes me feel better. I squirt some green paint onto my palette, but it's not what I want. My emotions are still too high, too raw. So I squirt some red on the palette and dip my brush in it. Red, the most versatile and deceitful color of them all. When it comes in hearts and bows, it represents happiness and love. My eyes skitter to the photo of my sister and me a few years ago. When it shows up in harsh words and scars, it depicts angers or hate. The scar on my head throbs, pulsing with the memory of the beat of flashing lights and broken glass. In some cases, red even represents death, and that's what I see now as I swipe it across the canvas. Not a physical death, but a metaphorical one. The death of this job, of my dreams. The brush slashes across the palette, the strokes angry and concise. When it feels like enough, I put the red down and pick up another brush, dipping it into the black and then the brown. It's dark now, melancholy, but there is always hope, always a little light. So I add a few vivid colors to the painting. This one will never sell, but that's okay. This one is for me, to tame my emotions so I don't do something stupid. I don't even know who else to trust at this point. When the last stroke is complete, I set the brush down and step back to admire my work. To the untrained eye, it would be chaotic, but to me, it's cathartic. It quiets the angry beast inside me. I step forward to grab the brushes to wash them out, but a knock at my door causes me to pause. My feet slap softly on the tile as I cross to the front door. I throw it open and blink in surprise. "You? What are you doing here?" But there's no verbal response. Instead, my feet slide out from under me as they shove me to the floor. There's a sickening crack as my head hits the tile. Pain, followed quickly by stars, explodes in my vision, and a sweet smell fills my nostrils. And then the world goes black. Chapter 2. Sarah. From my corner office on the top floor of our newly acquired building, I gaze out at the sprawling city below. Though the sense of accomplishment that should come with owning a building like this should be enough to dispel my lingering doubts, it isn't. The imposter syndrome still lurks beneath the surface, whispering condemning words in my ears, that I'll never be good enough, that everyone knows who I really am. It scratches at the veneer I've put on, and one day I know the cracks will begin to show. I figured it would go away when I rented the first building, a tiny hole in a busy strip mall that smelled of mildew and nursing homes. But it didn't. It wasn't enough. Nor did it when I purchased the first sign and proudly displayed it on the exterior, or when we landed the first big campaign. But I suppose when you grow up as poor as I did, success is hard to imagine. I pinch myself for what feels like the 100th time and let out a tiny yelp. It hurts, and I'm still here. Honestly, I'm surprised I don't have bruises on my arm as much as I've been pinching myself. The knock on my doorframe draws my attention from the window. "Hey, boss, the conference room is ready. Are you?" Boss. That is not a word I ever thought would be used to describe me. The skinny kid who would spend hours drawing with sidewalk chalk that other kids didn't want because I didn't have a good pen and paper. The girl who came up with big ideas to sell the few items I had in order to have some pocket money. But I am a boss, and two of my fantastic sales team members, David, with a laptop tucked under one arm and a poster board in the other, and Erica, a notepad cradled in her arm and a pin tucked delicately behind her ear, now stand in my doorway waiting for my answer. "Yes, sorry, I lost track of time." I follow them to the conference room where David has already set up a few other graphs. He places the last chart in the free easel and then sets his laptop down. Erica and I take two of the chairs. "Wait, where's Janice?" I glance at my watch and then at David and Erica, who shrug. It's not like Janice to be late. I'm here. Her voice carries from down the hall, and a moment later she appears in the doorway, breathless and carrying a tray of drinks. "I'm sorry I'm late. I wanted to grab coffees for everyone to celebrate our numbers, but the place was slammed, and I'm pretty sure the barista was new." "No worries." I smile warmly at her as she passes out the drinks. We were just getting started. Janice has always been thoughtful like this. It's one of the many reasons she's my best friend. "Okay, here is a graph of our latest numbers." David points to an upward trend on one of the graphs. "As you can see, it's looking good. We've increased each month since we started." He turns to another graph. "And these are our engagement numbers. We're getting some good traction there." A sense of pride fills me warming my heart. Our strategy is definitely resonating with our audience, but we can't get complacent. We need to make sure we keep converting these numbers. David nods and opens his laptop. I was thinking we could add a stronger hook on some of our ads to get people to react. There are a few that are doing significantly better than the others. He taps a button and projects the images behind him. These two are lagging behind, and the only big difference I see is the call to action. I study the ads. There are a few other small differences, but he's right. Is our audience the same on both of these? Same keywords? Yes, I think so, Erica says, glancing up at the ads. I can take a second look to be sure. Let's kick those back to copywriting then. Also, go ahead and check the keywords on all the ads. Make sure they're still performing well. We're in a bigger league now, so we need to make sure everything is dialed in. Do you want the creative team to work on more designs to maybe broaden the demographic? Janice asks. David opens his mouth to speak and then closes it, leaving it up to me. Erica presses her lips together and stares down at the table as if it's the most interesting thing she's seen in ages. Janice is an amazing creative director, but she doesn't always understand marketing and the fact that you can't target everyone for everything. However, she helped finance the startup costs and is a partner in the business, so I let her attend the sales meetings. Every once in a while, she even has a good idea. This is not one of those times, though. Sometimes that works. I choose my words carefully so as not to hurt her feelings. But I don't think it would help in this particular case, because we've already done the research to see who our target audience is. While we might get a few sales by going broader, we would also end up spending much more money, as most of those people wouldn't convert. Oh, that makes sense. I stifle a sigh as I watch her shoulders roll forward in an effort to shrink. She's embarrassed, and the mood in the room has shifted to a tense discomfort. I try my best to reignite the passion and camaraderie. Plus, your team has already done an amazing job, and I have no doubt we'll have a new product soon that will need your full attention. Okay, well, I think we're looking good. David, send those ads to Carrie's team to finesse. Erica, let's tighten the keywords. And Janice, can you give our clients a call and make sure they're all still happy? Of course. Janice beams, her smile radiating genuine warmth. Her accommodating nature is one of the things I love most about her. As we head back to our respective offices, our heels clicking softly on the tiled floor, I take a sip of my coffee for the first time and sigh in contentment. The flavors of the caramel macchiato, my favorite, delight my taste buds. The bitter espresso balancing effortlessly and seamlessly with the sweet caramel syrup. When I reach my computer, I pull up the recent emails and scan through them, making sure I haven't missed anything from any current or prospective customers. There are thank you emails and a request for an ad on a razor which I add to the next meeting with Janice and her team. But it's the email that has nothing to do with ads that grabs my attention. I click on it and read through, my eyes widening as I get to the bottom. It's an invite to a fancy dinner put on by the Rotary Club. I knew they hosted these dinners, but I've never received an invitation before. Evidently, I've climbed the social ladder high enough that I've now scored an invitation. But should I go? It's one thing to lead my team here. It's another thing entirely to wade into a sea of elites. Surely they'll be able to see I'm an imposter. Sarah? I jump at the sound of Janice's voice and offer her a smile. Hi, Janice. Come on in. Thanks again for the coffee, by the way. I hold up my half-empty cup as a gesture of gratitude. You're welcome. I'm happy to help. Besides, you're a great boss. Why do I feel like there's a but coming? I ask with a chuckle. A guilty grin crosses her face. But I think you're a little stressed. You take on so much, and I think you need a break. Her soft voice is laced with concern, and the warmth and genuineness in her eyes almost makes me agree. Oh, I appreciate that, Janice, but you already do a lot. You run our creative department, and I can't afford to take a break. We just got asked to do another campaign, and we have to keep the current ones running well in order to keep our clients happy. Okay, so maybe not a break, but delegating more tasks could slow us down. I interject, my voice harsher than I mean it to be. Her shoulders hitch, and she bites her lip, a sure indication that I've hurt her feelings. I sigh and rub my fingers across my forehead as I try again, more diplomatically this time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you. It's just a lot of pressure. Which is what I was talking about. Look, give me something to do and take some time for yourself. A spa day or a massage at the very least would do you wonders. Well, there is something. My eyes slide back to the email on my computer screen. What is it? Janice asks, her eyes sparkling with interest. I hesitate, unsure if I should share this with her, but she's always been so supportive. I got an invite from the Rotary Club to the annual socialite dinner, but I don't know if I should go. Of course you should. That is a big deal. Plus, it will get your name out there. Though she's saying the right words, her tone has changed slightly. Is she jealous? I suppose it would only be natural. After all, it was Janice who pushed me into opening the company and being the face. But she swore she didn't want the limelight. Has she changed her mind? More importantly, is this going to be an issue? Yeah, maybe. No maybes about it. You have to go. When is it? She moves behind me and reads over my shoulder. Friday night? That gives you plenty of time to get ready. I suppose you're right. But I still have misgivings. Good, then it's settled. She moves back to the other side of my desk, giving me space. And please consider my offer to delegate some. I will, and thanks again, Janice. Janice nods, though it's clear she is not convinced I'm okay. To be honest, I'm starting to wonder myself. I have felt more stressed than usual, but surely I just need a good night's sleep. My cell phone buzzes, and I glance down to see Matt, my brother's name, flash on the screen. I sigh. This is not a call I want to take, but he's been calling me for days, and I've been avoiding them. If I don't answer now, I'm afraid he might send someone to come looking for me. I paste a fake smile on as I take the call. Hi, Matt. How are you? Not great, Sarah. The accusation drips from his tone even through the phone. Mom keeps asking about you. When are you going to take some time to come see her? My fingers capture a pen and twirl it around, a gesture I often do when I'm uncomfortable. I'm sorry, Matt. It's just been really busy here. I'm building a company, you know. Though that's not entirely the truth. My mother doesn't live far from me, and I could go see her if I wanted to. I could make the time, but I don't want to. I don't want to be reminded of the life I left or the awful possibility that hangs over my future. I force myself to stop fidgeting with the pen and set it down.
That's a lie, Sarah, and you know it. You could at least attend her weekly dinners. It's one night a week.
He's right, and I know it, but it's not that easy. Matt was always okay with our situation growing up. He never seemed to want more, but I did. I still do. I'll do my best, I promise. My eyes stray to my fingers, which have somehow crossed themselves like a little kid telling a fib.
Like that's worth much, he grumbles on the other end. She won't be around forever, you know.
Then, before I can say anything more, he ends the call. I stare at the screen for a minute. My mother won't live forever, probably not even much longer, but I don't know if that's more of a blessing or a curse. I'm about to put the phone down and return to my work when it buzzes again. This time, a smile graces my face as I tap the button to take the call. Hey, you.
Hey, beautiful. How are you?
His deep, velvety voice washes over me like a warm embrace. I glance up at my office door to make sure no one is listening before leaning back and allowing myself to enjoy this distraction. Busy, as usual, but good. How are you?
About the same, but I'm hoping maybe I can steal you away for the evening and take you to dinner.
My heart flutters at the suggestion, but I don't accept it immediately. As tempting as that sounds, I shouldn't. There's a ton of work still to do. He chuckles knowingly, and the sound of it sends a thrill through my body.
I highly doubt one night will affect your work negatively.
He's right, of course, except that he knows as well as I do that it won't be just one night. It hasn't been one night since the first time we had dinner. Like most new relationships, this one burns hot and steady, and we want to spend as much time together as possible.
Come on,
he pleads in that low, sultry voice that he knows drives me crazy.
I want to try this great new place.
My resolve is weakening at his persistent persuasion. Not that it was very strong to begin with. It never is where he's concerned. I sigh and check my watch. It's almost 5 now, and I need at least an hour to shower and get cleaned up. You can pick me up at 7. How's that?
I can't wait.
Me either. I end the call and try to smooth the smile from my face. If one of the employees came in right now, they would want to know what had me grinning like a loon, and I'm not ready to tell anyone about this relationship yet. Not until I'm sure. Chapter 3. Sarah. As the doorbell rings, I check my watch and frantically finish getting dressed, my fingers fumbling with the buttons on my blouse. My heart races in anticipation as I hurry to the door and open it to see him grinning on the other side, a bouquet of wildflowers in his hands. He looks like he belongs in a cologne ad with his sexy smile. You're early, I say, as I fold my arms across my chest and pretend to scowl. But I'm not convincing. He pulls me into a warm embrace, wrapping an arm around my waist. The scent of his woodsy cologne fills my senses, reminding me of the campfires we used to light in our backyard.
I couldn't wait till 7. Can you blame me?
His voice is low and playful. His breath tickles my ears and sends a delicious tingle down my spine. And then I feel his lips on my neck, leaving a trail of fire as he moves toward my shoulder. Not here, I whisper, glancing around before pulling him inside and shutting the door behind us. When we're safely inside, I allow his lips to continue meandering down my neck and to my shoulder, enjoying every second of their journey. Well, hello to you too, I say, melting into him. He's acting as if it's been weeks since we've seen each other instead of just days.
I'm sorry.
His grin is sheepish as he pulls back, giving him a boyish look.
I just can't help myself.
You don't have to be sorry, I say, enjoying his gaze on my body. I wish I could tug him into my bedroom, but the soft rumbling of my stomach reminds me that I have other needs as well. But I am hungry. I don't think I even had lunch. Immediately, he straightens and shakes his head at me.
Well, you can't do that. I can't have you wasting away on me. Shall we go then?
I grab my jacket and purse and then follow him out the door, locking it behind me. The air is still warm currently, blowing soft kisses across my skin, but it will be cooler once the sun sets. That's one thing about our area. The weather changes quickly. My mother used to always tell me that if I didn't like the weather, I could just wait a few minutes and it would change. So, where are we going? He flashes me a mischievous grin as he opens the door for me to slide into the passenger seat.
A little Italian place not far from here. It's a hole in the wall, but it's authentic, and I think you'll enjoy it.
My stomach rumbles, this time not so quietly, at the mere thought of Italian food. The gooey cheese, the tangy red sauce, the rich red wine. Sounds good. I can't wait. As he drives, I try to guess where we're going, but he only smiles and shakes his head with each suggestion. Half an hour later, we pull into the parking lot of a small building. He wasn't kidding when he said it was a hole in the wall. From the outside, the place barely looks bigger than a garage. But when we enter, I can see why he wanted to come here. All the walls are adorned with beautiful murals that depict vineyards or other famous Italian icons. The low lights create a cozy, intimate atmosphere, and the tables are meticulously dressed with crisp white tablecloths, fine china, and a softly glowing candle. Wow, this is breathtaking. He squeezes my hand briefly, dropping it as the hostess spots us and heads our direction.
Just wait till you try the food.
She greets us with a smile, but I notice her eyes stay on JD a little longer than on me. Table for two? We nod and she leads the way to a cozy table in the back, as if guessing that we want to be as far away from other people as possible. As we sit, I take another quick glance around, but there are few people in the restaurant besides us, and they are all focused on their own dinners and paying us no mind. Can I get you something to drink? The woman asks as she hands us each a menu. Again, her eyes linger on JD, and I wonder if this happens everywhere he goes. I realize he's handsome, but I guess I hadn't thought about having to fight off other women. JD glances at me. At least he doesn't seem to be noticing the woman's looks. But I shrug and smile, allowing him to decide.
A bottle of your best Sangiovese,
he says decisively, and she nods and heads toward the kitchen. I push my jealous thoughts aside and focus on the man across from me. So, how did you find this place?
One of my sales trips brought me out here. The food was so amazing that I knew I had to bring you here. I can't think of anyone else I'd rather share it with.
He reaches across the table and takes my hand, his thumb caressing my skin in slow circles. So, what do you suggest then? I try to focus on the menu, but the heat of his skin against mine makes that difficult. Sensing my struggle, he grins at me, his smile a double entendre that makes my heart dance in my chest.
I recommend anything with the pesto sauce.
As I love pesto, I take his suggestion, and we fall into an easy conversation. Though our relationship is new, I love how easy it is to talk with JD. Of course, it helps that we have a lot in common. The waitress returns with our drinks and a bowl of warm bread, and we place our orders, nibbling on the bread and sipping our wine until dinner arrives. When the waitress sets the plate in front of me, my mouth begins to water. The aroma of the pasta is heavenly, and an explosion of flavor bursts in my mouth as I take the first bite. A tiny moan escapes me, and JD grins.
I told you so.
You were right. This is divine. We continue chatting in between bites, and when my glass is empty, JD refills it. Before I know it, my head feels heavy and the focus of the room waxes and wanes. I think that last glass was one too many, I say, pushing my almost empty cup away.
Then I suppose it's a good thing you aren't driving, JD says, his eyes dancing with laughter.
But you had just as much as I did. You shouldn't drive either. I can hear the slur in my words, and I know it won't be long before sleep claims my consciousness.
Actually, I think you had more than I did. But I had lunch, and I weigh more than you do. Trust me, I'm fine.
He pulls out a wad of cash and places a few bills on the table before holding out a hand for me. I take his hand, trying to make the floor stay still and failing miserably, so I switch positions to cling to his arm. It would be obvious to anyone looking at me that I'm inebriated, so I'm very glad that I recognize no one as we leave. The sun has set, and though I'm sure the air is colder than when we entered, I don't feel it. JD helps me into the car and I settle into the seat. I try to keep my eyes open, but the warm air from the heater and the rhythmic sound of the tires on the asphalt relax me enough that I lose the battle with my eyelids and let the darkness win. I vaguely register when we stop, and he helps me out of the car and to my front door. He finds the keys in my purse and opens the door. I'm sorry I ruined the evening, I say as we step into my living room. My words are slightly clearer, though now heavy with fatigue.
Nonsense.
He smiles at me and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear.
The evening was amazing. However, I am going to make sure you get into bed okay before I leave, if that's all right.
I promise not to drink so much next time, I mumble as we head to the bedroom.
Don't give it a second thought. You've been working overtime and you probably needed to relax.
That is an understatement, and my affection for JD grows. He pulls back the covers, and I fall into bed, relishing in the softness of the sheets. Thankfully, the dress I'm wearing is one of those soft, slinky numbers and won't be uncomfortable to sleep in. He pulls the covers over my shoulder and gives me a kiss on the forehead before turning off the light and leaving my room. A moment later, I hear the front door shut, and I let sleep overtake me. Chapter 4. Madi. The shrill ring of the phone slices through my body, causing my stomach to knot and churn with a sense of foreboding. A sickening intuition gnaws at me, and I know it's bad news. I can feel it in the depths of my stomach, an unsettling feeling that claws at my insides. My finger trembles as I press the button and hold the phone to my ear. Hello? My voice quivers with fear and uncertainty.
Mrs. Williams?
The voice on the other end is deep and unfamiliar, just like the caller ID. Yes? I manage to squeeze the word out, though my vocal cords are constricted in fear.
My name is Officer Ramirez with the New York Police Department.
My heart lurches in my chest, pounding violently against my ribs. Flashbacks of the night my parents died run through my head, but this call can't be about them. They've been gone for years. This has to be about Claire. There's no other explanation. But has something happened to her, or has she done something? As the older sister, it was always my job to protect Claire. And I tried, but I couldn't protect her from everything, especially not when she moved out.
I regret to inform you that your sister has passed away.
Dead? Claire can't be dead. Claire is young, vivacious, artistic. She can't be dead. How? Is what comes out of my mouth instead. He exhales softly.
We believe she took her own life. We're still in the early stages of the investigation, and an autopsy will be performed. But we found a bottle of sleeping pills beside her on the floor.
Sleeping pills? No, that can't be right. Though I know he can't see me, I shake my head. Claire has never been able to swallow pills. Not even baby aspirin. She'd never be able to swallow a whole bottle. This information that does not compute with what I know about my sister has loosened the grip on my vocal cords, and the words come spilling out.
I know this is hard to hear, and I'm truly sorry for your loss, but our preliminary investigation points to suicide.
Then your preliminary investigation is wrong. Claire wouldn't kill herself. Of course, I don't know that for sure. Claire and I had barely spoken the last few months. The cavern between us had started so small, but widened with each passing day. Though she'd called me in excitement when she landed the job, the calls had dwindled each week until they'd stopped coming at all. The few times I had managed to reach her, she'd always said she was too busy to talk. But had she changed that much?
It's natural to feel confusion and disbelief. There was no note, so we may never know what she was thinking. But we're here to help you through this.
She didn't leave a note either? I have no reason to distrust this man. He probably hadn't even known Claire. But just like I knew the phone call would be bad news, I know she didn't kill herself. And I know that the police aren't going to help me. If I'm going to find out what really happened to Claire, I'll have to do it on my own. The determination settles on my shoulders like a well-worn coat. What do I need to do?
We'll need you to come down to the station when you can, and we'll talk more then. We'll have a counselor available for you as well.
Fine. I'll be there in a few hours. I end the call and stare at my phone as if willing the last few minutes to be a dream. It's not, though, and the realization hits me that I am now officially alone. Well, except for my husband, Jared. Chapter 5. Sarah. As soon as I reach the office Monday morning, it is clear that something is wrong. Not only does the feeling hang in the air like an oppressive cloud before a storm, but the police cruiser parked outside is an ominous signal. I can't remember a time the cops were here, nor can I come up with a reason they would be here now. It's not like we have much to steal, but the thing that worries me most is the lingering evidence of my hangover. Despite the gallon of water I drank and the concealer I applied, my face is still paler than normal, and my eyes remain bloodshot. But I can't think about that now. I have to find out what happened. For a brief second, I wonder if the cops are here for me. But then I dismiss the thought. I've done nothing illegal. Immoral, maybe, but not illegal. I hurry inside and straight to the receptionist's desk. What's going on, Vicky? Why are the police here? She shakes her head, her eyes wide with fear. I don't know. They said they needed to speak with HR. I've never seen Vicky rattled, the woman handles every challenge with grace and resilience, and it intensifies the tenacious feeling constricting my chest. I head that direction, my heels beating out a sharp tap against the marble floor. Why would the police need to speak with my HR department? And why wasn't I notified? The door to HR is open, and I barge inside to see 2 police officers speaking to Betsy, my manager. She stands behind the counter, wringing her hands, a look of fear etched in her face. "What's going on here?" I ask. The 2 officers turn toward me, and Betsy sags with relief. "Oh, Miss Palmer, thank goodness you're here." The male officer steps toward me. Though only slightly taller than my height, he is solid muscle, and his shirt stretches across his chest and arms.
"Miss Palmer, you own this company?"
I fold my arms across my chest, a defensive position that I'm not fully cognizant of. "I do, and I'd appreciate knowing why you're interrogating my HR manager." The officer, Ramirez, according to the name on his shirt, shakes his head in frustration.
"We aren't interrogating her," he says patiently. "We're investigating a death."
My heart skips a beat in my chest and my throat constricts, the words leaving my mouth like a strangled whisper. Death? Who's dead? He looks to his female partner, a stony-faced woman with her hair pulled back in a knot. Though she is smaller than him, I have no doubt she could take me down if she wanted to. She nods.
"Claire Cooper. We were informed she works for you."
Claire? The name hits me like a punch to the chest. Claire is bright and young, and she can't be dead. But I just spoke with her yesterday.
"Did you see her after work?"
Ramirez asks, his question hanging in the air like a heavy fog, suffocating the room. My heart races as I shake my head. No, she left at 5 and I left shortly after. I had a dinner engagement. Do you know what happened? Was it an accident? My voice trembles with the last few words as morbid thoughts race through my mind. Was she shot? Stabbed? Hit by a car? Then a worse thought enters my mind. Is someone here a suspect? Am I?
"We don't have all the details yet, but we think she committed suicide, which is why we are asking HR. Was there any record of depression or corrective action that might have caused distress?"
His words cut through my unasked questions like a knife, and it takes me a moment to catch up. No, nothing like that, I say, trying to regain my composure. Claire was a great team member, and every time I saw her, she was happy. I had no idea she was depressed. Was she? I can't recall any moments of distress, but had I missed something? My eyes slide to Betsy, but she shakes her head and shrugs, her expression mirroring the shock I feel coursing through my body. If Claire was depressed, she didn't know about it either.
"Sometimes depression isn't seen, but would there have been anything at work that could have caused it? A poor performance report or something?"
His tone is more probing than accusatory, but I don't like the implication of his words. I've worked hard to make this office a fulfilling, creative, and engaging place to work. I try not to make unrealistic demands, and I allow time off for recuperation. But could I have done more? Again, I look at Betsy, as I didn't do Claire's performance report personally, but she shakes her head once more. No, nothing that we know of, officer. I'm sorry. Officer Ramirez nods and pulls out a card.
"If you hear anything that might help our investigation, please give me a call."
Of course. I take the card numbly, thank them for their service, and walk the officers to the door. trying to ignore the questioning gazes from other employees as we pass. I wait until they've gotten in their cruiser before turning and heading upstairs, my body moving on autopilot. Janice meets me at the elevator with a worried expression. "What's going on? I heard there were police here asking questions." "It's Claire," I managed to choke out. "They found her this morning, dead." Janice gasps and covers her mouth with her hand. "Do they know what happened?" I shake my head, my heart aching with every beat. "It seems she took her own life." Janice's eyes grow wide and fill with tears. "Oh no, I hope this isn't my fault." "Your fault? What do you mean?" I ask, my brows furrowing in confusion. She drops her gaze to the floor as if she can't bear to look me in the eye, and her voice is small when she finally answers. "She sent me an email a few days ago saying she wanted to talk with me. I'm not sure what about, but we got so busy on that new campaign that I completely forgot about it. What if she needed a listening ear and I wasn't there for her?" I reach out and place a comforting hand on her shoulder, waiting until she lifts her eyes to meet mine. "If that was why she wanted to see you, I'm sure she found someone else to talk to." "I hope so." "Besides," I say, chuffing bitterly, "if anyone is to blame, it's me for not seeing it." Janice shakes her head. "You're the boss. You can't expect to see everything." "No, I can't be expected to see everything. But how did I miss this?" Claire's death feels like a weighted blanket on my chest, stifling me with grief and despair. But I can't escape to my office just yet. I have to push through it for the sake of my team, at least for a little bit longer. "Can you call everyone to the conference room?" Janice nods, her movements and tone matching the gravity of the situation. "Of course. What time would you like me to tell them?" I glance at my watch, trying to hold back the tears that threaten to spill over. I don't want to wait too long because they really need to hear it from me, but I need a few moments to compose myself and my thoughts. 10 minutes from now. I hurry to the bathroom, though it feels like my feet are slogging through molasses. Claire is gone, and though I didn't kill her, it is my fault she's dead. My fault for not seeing the signs. What kind of boss am I if I can't see my employees' pain? The imposter syndrome monster wakes again, flooding my mind with negativity. I splash cold water on my face in an effort to tame the redness in my eyes and the puffy skin around them, but it doesn't do much good. The water doesn't fill the hollowness within me or drown out the words berating me. It does, however, ruin my makeup. Grabbing a paper towel, I pat my face and glance in the mirror. The face staring back at me is pale and haunted and not one I would normally want my employees to see. But I don't have my makeup with me, and honestly, it's probably better that I don't look flawless when I go out there to deliver the news. Janice has the employees gathered when I return, and I can feel the tension and confusion in the air. It's clear she hasn't said anything because I can read confusion and questions on most of the faces. As I step to the front, I take a deep breath, hoping my voice will come out calm and reassuring, despite the weight pressing down on my heart. "Thank you for taking the time to attend this meeting on such short notice. It is with a heavy heart that I inform you that Claire has passed away. She was a fantastic employee, and her presence will be missed. I'm sure you have questions, but unfortunately I don't have much more information for you. The police are still investigating, but at this time they believe that Claire took her own life." A collective gasp sweeps through the room as the news registers. Some eyes well with tears, while others widen in shock. I look over at Janice to let her know I'm finished and give her space if she wants to add anything. Sarah and I know this is a lot to process, but we want you to know that we're here for you. Her voice cracks with emotion, and she pauses to take a steadying breath. I'll be sending out counseling resources for those who would like to talk to someone. Please don't hesitate to reach out to one of us if you need help. A few employees nod and murmur a quiet thank you, but most simply return to their workspaces, their movements slow and zombie-like. I know that was hard, but you did a great job, Janice says to me when we are alone. I force a small smile, but the pain is eating me up inside. Thank you, but I hope I never have to do that again. I still can't believe it. She nods and places a comforting hand on my shoulder. I know, me neither. Do you want me to bring you some tea or coffee? Sure. As she heads to the kitchen, I make my way back to my office and sink into the chair. Though I hope I never have another day like today, I can't shake the feeling that this is just the beginning, that more challenges and heartache await us. I can only hope we can find the strength to overcome them together. Chapter 6. Madi. Anger boils inside me at my husband's asinine and insensitive question. How could he even ask me that? I shove a rolled t-shirt into my bag and then lift my eyes to meet his, sending daggers with my stare. She was my sister. How can you even ask me why I have to go? His eyes drop to his lap, shame etched on his features. That was an insensitive question, and he knows it, but at least he has the decency to look chagrined. I love my husband. I do. But sometimes he drives me crazy. Like when dumb statements like this fall out of his mouth. He has a habit of speaking before he thinks, something that has gotten him in trouble more than once. In fact, he's rather impulsive all around, except when it comes to having kids, it seems. We've been married for over 2 years, but he still won't even discuss the subject. He claims his work schedule is still too hectic, that it will calm down soon, but I don't really believe him. He's a workaholic, and that will never change. In fact, I've even considered going off birth control and just not telling him. But a small piece of me worries that he won't be happy about the accident, and I'd end up raising the baby alone. Not something I can do with my current unemployed status, and completely out of the question now until I figure out what happened to my sister.
I just meant that she's already gone, so why do you have to go out there? Why not just hold the funeral here?
Jared asks, trying to defend himself. Are you kidding me right now? I snap, unable to grasp his selfishness. I have to go to her apartment and collect her things. I have to put her apartment up for sale. That is, unless you want me to keep it for you to use when you're in the city for days at a time. Jared works as a sales representative for a pharmaceutical company. While most of his job can be done from home, there are occasions where he has to travel into the city for meetings and clients. His expression pales with my question, and he shakes his head.
I don't think I could stay there knowing what happened.
And that's another reason I have to go, to find out what really happened. The police may believe Claire overdosed on sleeping pills, but I know she couldn't have. From the time she was little, Claire had an aversion to pills. She couldn't even swallow baby aspirin without choking, so there is no way she could have swallowed enough sleeping pills to kill herself. You could come with me then, I say. Though still angry, I'm also desperate for some comfort and support, because going through my sister's life on my own will be hard. He grimaces and shakes his head.
I wish I could, but I can't. Sorry, babe, but I've got to work close to home this week. You know how it is when I get back from the city.
I do know. It's something I deal with several times a month. But I can't believe his company wouldn't let him go back for a few days. Is his company really such a stickler that they wouldn't give him a few days to help his grieving wife? Yeah, I know. I was just hoping. He crosses to me and pulls me into his arms, but it is not the loving embrace I'd been hoping for. Instead, he pats the back of my head in an awkward gesture of apology.
I know, babe. I wish I could be there. I really do. But I'll only be a phone call away. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. I give him a quick squeeze, wishing things could be different, and then I step out of his arms to finish packing my bag.
Don't forget your insulin,
he says before he steps out of the room. I glare at his back as he leaves. As if I could forget that. It's been a part of my life since I was 10 years old and not something I could forget. Half an hour later, I'm on the road. It's not a long trip into the city, only a few hours, but that is long enough for me to get consumed in my thoughts. What really happened to Claire, and who would want to kill her? My first stop when I reach the city is the police station, and a feeling of despair cloaks me as I pull into the parking lot. Not only would I rather be anywhere else, but the building is sad and brown. I can't imagine coming to work here every day, and it doesn't give me warm fuzzies about the quality of the cops who do. When I step inside, there's a smell that I can't quite place. Like a cleaner trying to mask the smell of urine, but not quite succeeding. And the woman working the counter looks like she hasn't smiled in half a century. "Can I help you?" she asks when I step up to the counter. Her voice is low and raspy like the throaty voice of a chain smoker, and the tips of her fingers have the same yellow color that my grandfather's did before he passed. "I'm here to see Officer Ramirez about Claire Cooper." She taps away on her ancient keyboard. Is there no money to update their technology? And then nods at me. "He's expecting you. Just have a seat and he'll be right out." She points to a row of chairs that probably used to be a bright red color, but are now a faded hue of rust, and I head that direction. I have no intention of sitting down, however. Not only am I too nervous to sit, but I have no idea what's been on those chairs, and I can't imagine touching them. Thankfully, I don't have to wait long.
"Mrs. Williams, thank you for coming."
The officer is younger than I expected, tall and fit with olive skin. The smile he offers is sad, but it doesn't change how handsome his features are. But I'm not here to ogle the man. I'm here to find out what happened to Claire. I said I would come, so what do I need to do? My tone is sharper than I mean it to be, but I feel like a piece of broken glass, all raw edges and broken pieces.
"If you'll follow me, we'll go over everything in detail."
I don't need detail from him, especially since he still thinks Claire killed herself. But I follow him anyway, as he leads the way down a dimly lit hallway. He opens the door to a small, bleak room with a round table, 4 chairs, and a woman whose lifeless brown clothes blend in with the dull surroundings around her, and somehow make her look even more depressed than the building. Brown jacket, brown pants, ugly brown shoes that were obviously made for comfort over style. There's a hint of cream near her neck, but that is it. Even her hair, though it is pulled tightly back in a bun, is brown. She wears no jewelry that I can see, except for a nondescript watch on her wrist. And I don't mean an Apple Watch or a Garmin or anything like that. No, this is an old watch, the kind that doesn't need to be charged every few days. "Hello, Mrs. Williams. I'm Ethel Johnson." Even her name is bland and unremarkable, and I wonder if this woman has a personality at all. "I'm a victim advocate, and I just want to echo that I'm very sorry for your loss, and that I'll do everything I can to help you," she says in a monotone voice. "Thank you," I say, though I don't mean it. I'm trying to hold back my tears and my anger, but I hate the offering of pity when they haven't even investigated my sister's death correctly. I considered just asking for Claire's keys and getting out of there, but I have a feeling that would come across as callous. We take our seat around the table, and Officer Ramirez folds his hands together.
"As I mentioned on the phone, our investigation leads us to believe this was a suicide, even though your sister didn't leave a note."
"Yes, you mentioned sleeping pills," I scoff, unable to keep my words in check any longer. "But I don't suppose you dusted the bottle for fingerprints, did you?" I lean back in the stiff chair and fold my arms across my chest. Ramirez shifts in his seat.
"No, we didn't. There was no reason to."
A look of sympathy flashes across his face. No doubt he hears things like this all the time. Denial is the first stage, after all. But I'm not in denial. I know that something happened to Claire. Leaning forward, I splay my hands on the table and fix him with a pointed stare. "Except that, as I told you on the phone, Claire couldn't swallow pills. She's never been able to." He nods, but glances at Ethel as if to say, "See, I told you."
"I did send the bottle to the lab after we spoke. If there are other fingerprints on the bottle, we'll find them. In the meantime, your sister's apartment is not considered a crime scene, so we are releasing the keys to you. If, however, you find anything out of the ordinary, please let us know."
I'm tired of telling him this whole thing is out of the ordinary, so I simply nod, and Ethel takes the silence as her cue to speak. "We know this is very hard for you, Mrs. Williams, but I'd like to help in any way I can. Will you be planning a funeral?" "I don't actually know who I'd invite," I say, trying to ignore the pity in her voice. "Claire and I had no other family, and I'm not sure who she was friends with here." Ethel flashes a sympathetic look, and I have the feeling that if we were seated any closer, thank goodness we're not, she would pat my arm like a child. "Well, perhaps we can contact her job and find out some of that. Regardless, I'm here to help you plan one if you'd like." She pulls a business card from her pocket and slides it across the table to me. "I can connect you with grief counselors, funeral arrangements, whatever you need." "Thank you." I pick up the card, though I have no intention of using it. My mind is already racing with thoughts of how to prove that Claire did not take her own life. And I'm not going to let Ethel Johnson, Officer Ramirez, or their empty promises and platitudes stand in my way of doing that. Officer Ramirez walks me back to the front and has the lady at the front desk give me Claire's key. I reluctantly thank him and then head over to the apartment that I only visited once before, when Claire first moved in. As I stand in front of Claire's door, a cloud of sadness drapes across my shoulders, heavy and unrelenting. I can't believe she's gone. Actually gone. And it hits me more acutely as I stare at her door. We hadn't been as close since she moved to the city a year ago, but she was my sister, my blood, the only family I had left. It hits me as I put the key in the lock that I am alone now. I still have Jared, of course, but he's not blood. I push the depressing thought from my mind and open Claire's door. Immediately, I'm greeted with the cruel joke of a soft vanilla scent, her favorite, and I have to swallow the lump in my throat. The scent lingers like a whisper in the room, a tangible echo of her presence, and it claws at my heart with icy fingers and freezes my feet for a moment. Though the apartment is small, it's an open plan with a tiled entry that leads to a kitchen that Claire clearly decorated herself. The walls have a simple black and white backsplash, but there's a painted mural across the top that swirls with color. Tears fill my eyes once again as my fingers trace the brushstrokes. I set my stuff down on her table and begin opening the drawers and cabinets. I'm unsure of what I'm looking for exactly, but hoping I'll know it when I see it. Her cabinets are mostly bare, a set of 4 plates, bowls, and cups that she likely bought at a discount store. Claire didn't believe in paying full price for anything. There are a few pots and pans that I know used to belong to our mother, a toaster, and a microwave. She doesn't even have a coffee pot, but she rarely drank coffee. That was much more my vibe while she sipped on different flavors of tea. One drawer contains a collection of utensils. Another holds nothing but takeout menus from the area. And the third is the requisite junk drawer that all kitchens seem to have, filled with tape, batteries, pencils, and the like. Though I can't imagine anything helpful will be in the refrigerator, I open it and look inside. But it, too, is empty. A solitary bottle of ketchup and mustard stand guard on either side of a half-empty pickle jar, and the rest is bare. Did she ever cook here, or did she just eat out for every meal? I move from the kitchen to the small living room. Not shy to colors, Claire has blended blues, reds, and purples with the pillows and art hung on the walls. They seem to mock me as they pulse with a life of their own. The bold colors and vibrant shapes a stark contrast to the stillness that permeates the room now. There's a faded couch with a tear in the corner that has seen better days, a chair, and a small table. A half-finished jigsaw puzzle is open on the table, and the sight of it constricts my heart. When she wasn't painting, Claire loved working jigsaw puzzles and crossword puzzles. I can still remember mornings when she would rattle off some nonsense words in hopes that we would be able to help her complete the puzzle. I don't know why she ever asked. She was better at those things than any of us. My eyes tear up at the thought that this puzzle will go back in the box unsolved. There is little to be packed up in the living room besides her art supplies that sit neatly stacked in the far corner. Though I imagined her easel would normally reside in the tiled entryway for easier cleaning, it sits in the corner of the living room. I stare at it for a moment, and then back to the entryway. Did she really paint in the living room, which is carpeted, or has the easel been moved? And if so, why? I wander closer to the easel to look at the paintings in front of it. The purpose of her art isn't always clear to me, but I feel the need to look at these, to see if one of them holds some clue as to what happened to her. I pick the painting up and blink at the images. It's abstract art, so there's nothing clearly painted, but it has a terrifying feel. The vivid reds around the canvas remind me of blood, and a knot forms in my stomach. What happened to Claire? What was she trying to convey with this? Unsettled, I return the painting to the floor and look through her other recent ones. They are all more peaceful, soft blues and pinks, rather than jarring reds and blacks. So something must have happened recently. But what? And does it have anything to do with her death? Is it possible that she got depressed enough to kill herself? It still doesn't feel right to me. There must be something more. The pills. It suddenly hits me that if Claire had started taking pills, there ought to be some about the house. A myriad of pills fill one of my cabinets at home. Pain medication, cold medication, even icy hot patches and cream for sore and aching muscles. But Claire's cabinets were devoid of any of those. Perhaps a medicine cabinet, then? We'd had one in our bathroom growing up, though I didn't think anyone used them now. I head to Claire's bathroom, sighing as I flick on the light and take in the sight. She was never great with cleaning bathrooms, but this room looks like she hasn't touched it in ages. Her towel is miraculously hung on the rack, but brushes and powders clutter the counter, and there are globs of toothpaste in the sink. I scan the contents looking for pills, but there are none. The mirror has no medicine cabinet, and the cabinet below holds only spare bottles of shampoo, body wash, razors, and toilet paper. Okay, the bedroom then. This will be the hardest room, I know, but it has to be done. I push open the door and take in the sight. Like the living room, it is simple. A bed, a nightstand, a dresser, and a small bookshelf. But unlike the living room, it is a disorganized mess. A chaos that mirrors the turmoil in my chest. Clothes are strewn across the floor in piles, and random junk clutters her dresser. Claire's room has always been messy. She claimed it was due to her creative genius, that sometimes she couldn't work or think when things were too organized, but it always drove me crazy. I clean up every day and always put things back in their places. Even 2 dishes in the sink bother me. I guess I don't have creative genius. With a sigh, I begin the daunting process of cleaning up her room. I fold the clothes and place them on the bed, memories hitting me with each piece I remember. We don't have the same style, nor were we the same size, so the clothing will be going directly to charity. The papers I glance at before tossing in the trash. Most are sketches or campaign ideas for the company she worked for. I wonder vaguely if they hired someone else to fill her job yet. Probably. From the few times we talked, it sounded like she did a lot, and they would need someone to take that over. When the floor is tidy, I move to the dresser. We purchased it together at a flea market shortly before she moved here, and I let my fingers trail over the grainy wood. My hand shakes slightly like a leaf at the tail end of autumn, desperate to remain on the tree. The day is still visible in my mind if I close my eyes, but I don't let myself wander down that path. Instead, I open the drawers and empty them one by one. In the last drawer, though, I find something that isn't clothes. It's a small brown box. On the outside, it appears ordinary, but Claire would never hide a box in the drawers unless it was keeping a secret. Is this where she stowed the pills? And if so, why? Was she hiding an addiction from someone? The lid creaks open, the sound echoing through the room like an eerie chorus. But the inside is empty. A soft velvet lining cradling nothing but shadows stares up at me. Why would she hide an empty box in her drawer? There must be more to it. And that's when I remember the puzzle box Claire had as a child. She'd gotten it for Christmas one year and hidden all sorts of treasures in the compartments, including the key to my diary once. I turn the box over and over in my hands, pressing every inch in case something isn't as it seems. Just as I'm about to give up, I touch something that feels like a little lever. A soft click sounds and the bottom of the box opens. My breath hitches in anticipation, but there are no pills inside. Nestled in the shadowy compartment is a leather book. It calls to me like a siren song, and my fingers lift it from the space before I even realize what I'm doing. The cover is brown and faded, either from excessive use or time in the sun. With Claire, it could be either. It looks a lot like the sketch journals she used to keep when we were young, but when I flip it open, I realize it isn't full of sketches, but full of words. Claire's cursive flows across the page in delicate swoops and swirls that I know like the back of my hand. I had no idea she kept an actual journal, but I can't read it. Can I? Even with her gone, it feels like a violation of privacy. But if anything is going to help me figure out what really happened to her, then this might hold the key. "Forgive me, Claire," I whisper, as I take the journal to the bed and lean against her headboard as I begin to read. "My new job is amazing. I never thought I'd get to use my art skills for anything other than painting, but I'll be using them daily at Palmer Incorporated. The building is beautiful, and everyone seems nice, especially Janice, my immediate boss. Miss Palmer is a little intimidating, but that's probably just because it was my first day. I'm looking forward to tomorrow." The next few entries are similar. Claire mentions a few other people, Carrie, Mark, Erica, and discusses some of the projects they were working on. Though some days were better than others, most of the entries hint at how much she likes her job. Until I get closer to the end. Then they suddenly shift. "I don't know if I should keep this job or find a new one. Though I love it, I stumbled across something the other day that looks like someone is stealing from the company. I don't know if I should ignore it or report it, nor do I know who to take this issue to." I pause, wondering why she never reached out to talk to me about this. Did she have a confidant there? Was Janice still her friend? Or this Carrie girl she talked about once or twice? I haven't seen either of them mentioned in the last several pages. Pressing my lips together, I keep reading, devouring the words as if they are both a poison and an antidote. I have to know if there is a clue to her death here, as I am more and more convinced that she did not kill herself. But nothing gives a clue. Nothing until the very last entry. It's dated the day before her death, and it contains only 10 words. "It's worse than I thought. I have to tell someone, but who can I trust?" What does that mean? What did she find out? Though it deepens my conviction that she did not kill herself, it's not enough to take to the cops, because they already think she killed herself. They'll dismiss it as some secret gossip or the like. But I know it's more than that. I have to find out what Claire knew, and that means I need to get in that business and find out what she did. Chapter 7. Sarah. With a sigh, I grab the bottle of wine on the seat next to me and head toward Janice's door. This wasn't how I planned on spending my evening. I was hoping for a visit from JD. Or even a phone call. But it's been a hard day, and when Janice entered my office at the end of the day with tears in her eyes and the weight of the world on her shoulders, I couldn't say no to spending some time with her. Hopefully I can make it a short visit, though. I'm dealing with my own pain, and curling up on the couch with JD's voice in my ear would help relieve the ache. When she opens the door, I offer a consolatory smile and hand her the bottle of Merlot that I brought. Her eyes aren't as red as I would have suspected, but her somber expression says enough. "Thank you." She takes the bottle and heads toward the kitchen. "I cannot believe how hard today was." Me either. After the staff meeting, I'd composed myself, and then an email, letting the rest of the company know about Claire's death, and Janice's offer for a counselor. The rest of the day had slipped away like sands in an hourglass, with me staring at the screen, but seeing nothing. Every time I'd tried to focus on an email, images of Claire had entered my mind. Her interview when she'd been so nervous that she'd spoken 90 miles an hour. Her anxious expression when she'd given me a sketch she'd drawn of me for a secret Santa gift. The smile she flashed when I praised her work. And with the images had come the questions. Why hadn't she told anyone she was hurting? How had I missed it? And worst of all, how had she done it? I had a feeling from the haggard lines on her face that Janice's experience had been similar. I still can't believe it. She pulls 2 glasses from the cabinet, and I recognize them from a wine and chocolate tour we'd taken one summer. It had been right after we'd decided to launch the company, and we'd done the tour in celebration of our business venture. That day had been filled with easygoing laughter, a stark contrast to the storm clouds of today. After opening the bottle, she pours us each a glass, and I try not to associate the color of the wine with the blood that may or may not be at Claire's apartment. I feel even worse for whoever found her. Did the police tell you who it was? Maybe we can send flowers or something. I shake my head as she hands me a glass. No, and I didn't think to ask. But I'd guess it was her friend Amy. They carpooled most days, though Amy works down the street. Oh, I didn't know that. Janice corks the bottle and takes a sip from her glass. Though she doesn't ask it, I can feel the question hanging in the air. How did I know? She told me one day a few months ago when she called to say she'd be late because Amy's car had a flat tire. I guess they traded off driving, but often met at Carrie's apartment in the morning. A heavy silence falls between us, because what do you say to that? Well, I'm glad she had a friend, even though that didn't save her. Words feel empty and insufficient at the moment. I suppose we need to post her position, Janice says as we head to the living room. The statement, said almost too casually, shocks me like an unseen current. Of course, we'll have to hire someone, but speaking of it tonight feels a little callous. Perhaps Janice has more business acumen than I originally gave her credit for. I suppose you're right. I'll get on that in the morning. I'm sure we can set up a few interviews within the week. She nods and sits down on the couch, curling her feet beneath her, but her eyes seem far away, as if she's contemplating something else. Maybe she's also struggling with the uncomfortable nature of this conversation. But when she speaks, I sense no discomfort. I'll be happy to do the interviews if you'd like. I shouldn't put that weight on Janice's shoulders. After all, I'm the boss, and I still feel responsible for Claire. But Janice will work with the person closer than I will, and it is important that we hire someone she gets along with. Okay, let's get together next week to discuss the candidates, and then you can set up the interviews. She nods, and the silence falls between us again, pressing down like a weight on my chest. Finally, it gets so heavy that I decide to change the subject. So, where's Daniel tonight? I glance around, expecting him to appear in the doorway any minute. Daniel is her husband, and the two of them were nearly inseparable when they first got together. It was the kind of relationship that tugged on your heartstrings, but also made you a little nauseous. She sighs and takes a long sip of her drink before answering. He's on another sales trip. Another one? This surprises me. Daniel has always had to travel for his job, but it seems he's been gone more than normal lately. Enough that Janice hasn't mentioned him much, and the few times she has, I can tell things are a little rocky at the moment. She rolls her eyes and twirls the glass in her hand. Yes, but a short one this time. It's no big deal. He'll be back in a few days, and it means that I can drink as much as I want tonight. Normally, this would shock me. Janice isn't much of a drinker. In fact, she's usually the designated driver when we go out. But the affairs of the day make her comment excusable. Besides, it's Friday and she'll have the weekend to recover. She won't have to worry about nursing a hangover tomorrow like I did this morning. However, I'm concerned about her answer and her relationship. But how many of these trips has he done lately? She shrugs, playing off how much it bothers her. A few, but he's a salesman. He has to go where he can make the deals. What am I supposed to do, tell him no? Of course not. I tread lightly because not only is this a discussion we've had several times over the last few months, but I know she's sensitive about it. It's just that you're my friend and I want you to be happy. Her gaze drops to her wine glass again, and I know she's trying to think of a way to change the conversation. I am happy. I would beg to differ with her there, but I can only say so much. It's not my relationship, and I've said all I can to convince her that perhaps there's more to Daniel's trips than just meetings. I take a drink of my wine and think about how to change the subject again. Thankfully, Janice takes the lead this time. I found this new bakery near here that has the most amazing desserts. And the guy who works there is actually French. Ooh la la, that sounds delicious. I'll have to check it out. Our conversation has shifted to the mundane, how's the weather type of conversation, but maybe that's what we need tonight, to think about something light, something other than Claire. And maybe check out the French chef. He's quite handsome. And I think you'd like him. I can say that since I'm married. I feel heat climb my cheeks. I should tell Janice that I'm seeing someone, but I can't. Not yet. Besides, it's too new, and I don't want to jinx it. So I simply shake my head. I'm not looking for a romance right now. I'm too busy. Both of those statements are true, but not for the reasons I implied. I feel a twinge of guilt about misleading her, but I know it will come out someday. Oh, come on, she says, grinning wickedly. Can you imagine dating a pastry chef? Fresh baguettes for breakfast every morning, croissants in the afternoon, danishes for desserts? Is there anything more heavenly? I chuckle and shake my head. I'm not sure heavenly is the word you're going for. If I ate like that, I'd gain a ton of weight. Yeah, but you'd probably be happy. Her gaze drops to her wine as she takes another drink, but I don't miss the insinuation in her words. She may say that she's happy, but her actions state otherwise. Before I can say anything, her phone vibrates and she pulls it out. For the briefest second, her face lights up, and then it falls. Everything okay? I ask, even though I know the answer is probably no. She shakes her head but offers a brave smile. Daniel's trip got extended another week. Nothing big. I bite back the words I want to say and offer consoling words instead. I'm sorry, Janice. I know it must be hard with him being gone so much, especially with everything going on. She gives me a small smile. Yeah, but at least it means we can have more girls' nights. Sure. Maybe we can do that Gilmore Girls marathon we were talking about. A strained silence falls between us, and I chance a glance at my watch. I've been here over an hour, but it feels too early to leave. However, I'm not sure I can handle staying much longer, which is weird because Janice and I used to be so close. Are we drifting apart, or is it just the situation with Claire dampening the mood? Do you want another glass? Janice finally asks. I can't. I actually need to get going. I wish I had a solid excuse, an appointment I have to keep or some deadline, but as I have nothing, I just have to hope that Janice doesn't ask. If I have to make up something on the spot, I know she'll see through it. Oh, really? Yes, I'm sorry, but I'll see you on Monday. I down the last sip and hand her the glass. Though I can tell she wants to ask me to stay, she doesn't push the issue and we part ways at her door. I breathe a sigh of relief as I slide into my car. Janice is my friend, but tonight felt awkward and stilted. Will we ever return to that easy banter we once had? Or has Claire's death forever changed our relationship and my company's camaraderie? My phone vibrates in my pocket, hoping it's JD and that he'll want a visit or at least a phone call where I can hear his voice. I pull it out and tap the button. But it's just an email from work about a possible new campaign. So I don't forget, I flag the email and then I head towards home. Chapter 8. Lily. I cannot believe this is actually happening. I've been applying for jobs for weeks, and finally I got a break. After a quick interview, I was offered the position of Art Director Assistant for Palmer Incorporated, the fastest-growing marketing company in the city, and I'm about to join their creative department. My hand trembles as I reach for the brass handle, and a feeling of trepidation and excitement courses through me as I step through the glass entryway. The lobby is huge and airy, and the smell of success hangs in the air like the lemony scent after a fresh cleaning. I do a slow spin to take the space in, even though I'll be seeing it every day from here on out. And then I head toward the customer service desk that sits prominently in the middle of the lobby. "Can I help you?" the woman asks when I reach the desk. She looks as immaculate as the rest of the building. Her reddish hair is pulled back into an efficient updo, but it's not severe, and a smattering of freckles dust her face, though it's clear she's done her best to cover them up. "I'm the new art director assistant for Miss Palmer." The woman gives the briefest of nods and then taps a button on her phone. "You can wait over there," she says, pointing to a small seating area. "Thank you," I say, and make my way over to the plush chairs. But before I reach them, I hear the eloquent and unmistakable voice of Janice Dixon calling my name. Janice is Sarah Palmer's art director and the one who interviewed me. Though not the star of the show, she is a creative genius as well, and I'm looking forward to learning all I can from her. "Lily!" she says with a smile when I turn. "I trust you had no issues this morning." She is dressed in a tailored navy pantsuit that looks more expensive than my apartment, which was not cheap, and I suddenly feel underdressed in my slacks and silk shirt. I will have to shop at some thrift stores if this is the level that is expected, at least until my first paycheck arrives. No, not at all. I'm not sure what issues she expected I would have, so I figure this is just her way of making small talk. I'm excited to get started. Will I get to meet Miss Palmer today? Janice hesitates and her gaze drifts away from mine. "Of course. I'll introduce you as soon as we get up there. You may not work directly with her for a while, though. She's very busy and generally only meets with department heads." Oh. A twinge of disappointment burgeons in my stomach, but before I can say anything more, Janice begins walking toward the elevators, her heels clicking authoritatively on the marble floor. My flats barely make a sound, and I make a mental note to add heels to my list of purchases. As if it senses her presence, the elevator opens as soon as she approaches, and I clutch my bag as I hurry to follow her. When I step inside, I'm confronted with images of myself, as the entire interior of the elevator is mirrors. As we rise, our reflections seem to stretch into infinity, and I stand a little straighter, determined to show that I belong here. Now, if I could just do something about my curls. I reach up to brush one of the errant curls back in place, but it bounces right back in defiance, and I sigh. My curls have always had a mind of their own, but that's a problem for another day. "Remember, just a moment," Janice says, as the elevator announces we've arrived at our destination. She checks her watch and then strides out of the elevator. For a woman who is supposed to be an artist, she is surprisingly rigid. I follow, trying to keep up and take in the place as well. The floor is mostly open, with several rooms around the outer edge. Janice heads toward one of the doors and pauses just outside. She turns to me, a serious look in her eye. "Let me speak and try not to fawn all over her." I nod, though I'm not sure why she seems so stressed. Sarah Palmer has always come across as nice and down-to-earth during interviews. Is it possible she's really a witch in person? Janice knocks on the door and then pushes it open. "Miss Palmer, I wanted you to meet our new associate, Lily." She steps inside and I follow, my mouth parting slightly at this office. Not only is it larger than my kitchen and living room at home, but one entire wall is simply windows with a breathtaking view of the city skyline. There's a couch along another wall nestled in between two bookshelves, and a bar on the other side of the room. A massive mahogany desk sits in front of the windows, and at the desk is Sarah Palmer. Miss Palmer stands, and her gaze rakes over me. Her eyes are a shade of blue that reminds me both of the summer sky and the harshest frost in winter. Her hair is pulled back into an elaborate updo that somehow looks meticulous and carefree at the same time. And though she smiles, it is an odd smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Miss Williams, it's a pleasure to have you on board. Janice spoke highly of you." "Thank you, Miss Palmer, and may I say it's an honor to meet you. I'm a big fan, and I can't wait to learn from you." I press my lips together to keep from fangirling anymore. Janice did say not to fawn over her, and from the look she's shooting me now, I am clearly failing at that. "Well, I'm sure we'll get the pleasure of working together soon," she says, and then her eyes shift to Janice, and it's clear that she wants us to leave. A trickle of unease builds in my stomach. Did I do something to upset her? "We'll get out of your way now, Miss Palmer," Janice says, clearly taking the hint. She nods at Miss Palmer and then practically pushes me out of the office. "Come on, I'll take you to your office." I follow her, but my mind is still on the interaction with Miss Palmer. Maybe she is having an off day, but she seems so different from the way she appears on TV. Sad or withdrawn or something. "Is everything okay with Miss Palmer?" I ask, before I have a chance to think the question through. Janice stops and whirls to face me, her face a mixture of impatience and perhaps a hint of anger. "She's fine. Why would you ask that?" I blink at the harsh tone in Janice's voice. It was an innocent question, and I am shocked by her reaction. Did I make the right decision accepting this job? "I'm sorry. She just seems different than what I expected." Janice narrows her eyes at me as if weighing the truth of my words. Then, as if she's realized how over the top her reaction was, her face softens. I'm sure she's simply tired. It's a big job to run this company. I have no doubt, I say, nodding. I didn't mean to imply any. Then don't. Janice's tone is matter of fact. We don't start rumors at this company. If it's not based in fact, it doesn't have a place here. Is that understood? Yes, I stammer, though I'm beginning to wonder what I've gotten myself into. Good. Here's your office. She points to a door with a brass nameplate that says Claire Cooper. I look at the name and then back at Janice, confused. That says Claire Cooper. Are you sure this is the right office? Her jaw clenches slightly, but she nods. Yes, I'm sure. Someone just forgot to remove the nameplate. Claire used to work here, but doesn't anymore. She reaches up to pull it off, but then realizes it's screwed in. I'll have that taken care of tonight. She opens the door and motions for me to go inside. Most of your work will happen here, other than when we do creative meetings. Feel free to decorate your desk with personal items. The log-on and your agenda for the day are on a piece of paper on the desk. It should be self-explanatory, but I'll be around to answer questions if necessary. Do you have any? I have several, but none I feel like asking at the moment, as I'm not sure what reaction they'd get. I'm sure I'll be fine, I say as I step into the office. It's nothing like Miss Palmer's office, but I do have a window, and it's my space, so I can't complain too much. Good, I'll let you get settled then. Janice glances around the small office and then turns and leaves. I stand there for a moment, wondering what Janice was looking at, and then I turn in a slow circle to see if anything jumps out at me. But it's just an office, and a simple one at that. Perhaps I'm reading too much into her look. Maybe she was friends with Claire Cooper and was simply having a moment of nostalgia. Or maybe she was deciding the office needs updating. Either way, this job is not quite what I was expecting, but I'm sure it will be fine. It has to be, right? Sighing softly, I begin pulling my things out of my bag. I didn't know what they'd have available, so I brought my favorite art supplies with me. Pencils sharpened to fine points. Erasers slightly smudged, but still with plenty of life in them. And markers in a gradient of hues. I lay them meticulously on the desk, like soldiers awaiting command, and then pull out my sketch pad. Though a few pages have been filled with doodling, the rest is blank. The untouched whiteness both intimidating and exhilarating. I heard there was a new hire. You must be her. I look up to see a woman with sleek blonde hair and cat-eye glasses in my doorway, who looks like she has been transported right out of the 50s. Her dress is white with cherries on it and a solid white collar. It even seems like she has a petticoat of some sort underneath, as her skirt flares out more than normal. Her mouth parts slightly when we lock gazes. Yes, I'm Lily, not Claire Cooper like it says on the door. She blinks at me for a moment and then shakes her head. Everything okay? I ask. Yeah, you just remind me a little of Claire, though I can't really put my finger on what it is. Really? That is odd. I wonder if maybe that's why I got the job. Maybe Janice was also reminded of Claire? Did she take another job? Her smile fades for a moment. No, she didn't. They told us she took her own life. My hand flies to my mouth. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. The woman nods. Thank you. It was definitely shocking. But Claire didn't seem depressed to me. She pauses, and I'm about to offer condolences when she shakes her head and continues. I'm sorry. That's a horrible way to introduce myself. I'm Carrie, by the way. I work in copywriting. She steps fully into my office and holds out her hand for an introductory shake. Pleasure to meet you, Carrie. You as well. Has Janice given you the full tour? I keep myself from laughing out loud, but just barely. Janice practically dumped me in my office and ran away. But I can't share that, at least not until I know how Carrie feels about Janice. So I shoot for something a bit more diplomatic. Not unless the full tour consists of the elevators in this office. Carrie smiles and shakes her head. It definitely does not. Come on, I've got a few minutes, so I'll show you around. Janice probably has some client concerns to deal with. Are you sure it's okay? I know it's only my first day, but as neither Janice nor Sarah Palmer are what I expected, I don't want to do anything to jeopardize my job here. She tilts her head and gives me one of those, "You have got to be kidding" looks. You want to know where the cafeteria and lounge spots are, right? I suppose that would be helpful, I say with a smile. Then come on. She leads the way to the elevators and we step inside. A moment later, the door opens to a different level and Carrie steps out. This is the lounge level, she says. Here you'll find the small gym we have. She points to a room on the right. It doesn't have a lot of equipment, but there are a few weights, a couple of treadmills, and some bikes. It's not generally busy, which is nice too. Wow, no one told me there was a gym, I say. Not that it would have made much difference to me, as I've never been much of a lifter or a runner, but I guess it's a nice perk. Yeah, if you're into that sort of thing, she says with a nonchalant shrug. Personally, I'd be more excited if we had a pool, but this isn't LA. That would be nice, I say with a chuckle. And on your left, we have a few really snazzy conference rooms in case you have to have a client meeting and the one upstairs is booked. She points to the rooms like Vanna White indicating a puzzle. I glance inside one, nod, and give her a small smile. Nice. Indeed. She leads the way into the cafeteria. I'm going to grab a muffin and a coffee. Do you want one? Sure. I glance around the room. It isn't huge, but there are several tables filled, and the conversation from one of them carries over to me. Did you guys hear about Claire? My ears perk up and I take a step closer. I read the memo, but I don't believe it. Me either. I knew Claire, and there is no way she would take her own life. Sometimes we don't see it. Remember Lily? I pull my attention from the conversation to look back to Carrie, who is motioning me over to the line. Sorry, what? I asked what kind of muffin you want. She points to the offerings and I select a chocolate one. Then we grab our coffees and check out. As we head toward a free table, Carrie looks down at her watch and sighs. I think we're going to have to take this to go. I have to get some copy to Janice by the end of the day. No problem. I should probably work through the agenda she left for me as well. We head back to our floor, and then Carrie drops me at my office, promising to check in on me later. When Carrie leaves, I look at the sheet left by Janice and then log into the computer. It seems fairly straightforward, and it only takes me a few minutes to set up an account. Once in, I scan through old campaigns to get a feel for what will be expected. I see Claire's name on a lot of them and can't help wondering about her. Is it possible she did take her own life, even though it seems she didn't appear depressed? I remember a famous comedian taking his life, and the public couldn't understand it. But his family knew he battled with depression. So why does it seem that no one around here knew that Claire was? Did she not give away belongings like a lot of people do? And what about a note? Although I suppose it makes sense that even if she had left a note, it wouldn't be shared with employees. Still, the thought makes me sad. Chapter 9. Lily. I stride into the building the next day with a boost of confidence. A stop at a thrift store last night rewarded me with a pair of sensible heels. I'm all for fashion, but I'm not killing myself. And a leopard print pantsuit. They'd had a plain blue one, but I couldn't force my artistic personality to buy it. I have to be able to keep some flair. The receptionist flashes me a small smile and a wave as I pass her on my way to the elevators, and I return the gesture. I didn't get to meet many of my coworkers yesterday, but I'm hoping that will change today. Art can sometimes be a lonely passion, but Janice said we worked on campaigns together, so I'm assuming that means sharing creative ideas. The elevator doors close behind me, and I smile at my reflection in the mirrored walls. I may not be quite as put together as Janice, and I'm certainly no competition for the refined Sarah Palmer, but I feel like I elevated my style a bit. Unfortunately, my curls are still not cooperating today, but that's pretty par for the course. The elevator reaches my floor and I step out and head toward my office. I'm surprised to see the nameplate gone from my door, but they haven't replaced it with my name yet. Instead, it's now a lighter rectangle reminding me of the woman who was here before me. I run my fingers over the shape and wonder again who this woman was and what really happened with her. Maybe I can find something out about her online. I drop my bag on the floor and sit down behind the computer, but before I can begin my search, Janice pops her head in the door. "Oh, good, you're here. We have a meeting in 5 minutes out in the main area." Her eyes meet mine, and then, just briefly, they glance at the area behind me before focusing back on me. I flash my best smile. "I'll be there." But I bite back the words I really want to say. Why does she keep glancing around my office? Did she lose something in here? Did she wish the office was hers? Or is there something about the office that she doesn't want me to find out? Maybe something about Claire? But that doesn't make any sense, because why would they have put me in her old office if there was something to hide? Janice nods and disappears, and I log into the computer. Claire Cooper is a pretty common name, but I type it into the search bar anyway. Maybe there will be some story that pops up about her, but there is nothing. Or rather, there are tons of hits on Claire Cooper's, but nothing that jumps out as some sensational story. I can't even find a death notice. Claire Cooper, 29, of Minnesota, gets married. Claire Cooper, 21, of Wyoming, charged with a DUI. Claire Cooper, 32, of New York, starts a law practice. The list goes on and on. I sigh and click out of the search. Maybe I'll come back to it if I ever get more information on her. But for now, I need to get my head in the right space for this meeting. I grab a notepad and my favorite pen, a Kate Spade pen that my sister sent me one Christmas with a funky spotted design. And then I head out to the main area. Someone has set up a TV screen and circled a few chairs around it. A man with dark wavy hair is already sitting in one of the chairs, so I take the one next to him. "Hi, I'm Lily. I'm the new art director assistant." He glances up at me. "Mark, layout. Nice to meet you." He has eyes the color of chocolate and lashes that are so dark, I almost wonder if he has mascara on them. "Nice to meet you as well. How long have you been working here?" He shrugs and leans back in his chair. His tan slacks and a button-down shirt are business casual. but his posture tells me he's much more laid back than Janice. In fact, he looks like he would be more at home on the beach than in this office.
A few years, I guess.
So you must like it here?
Yeah, what's not to like? The pay is good, the work is rewarding, and the perks are pretty fantastic.
I'm not sure what perks he's talking about unless he means the small gym, so I make a mental note to ask about them. But right now, I'm more interested in Claire. Did you know Claire Cooper well? At the mention of her name, his energy changes. His relaxed posture tenses, and he looks away from me.
Not really. She was kind of quiet and kept to herself.
Odd, and a little concerning. Mark would never make it as a poker player. It's clear he's hiding something, but what is it? Did he bully Claire? Or have some romance with her that went sour? My gaze drops to his hand and spies a gold band. So Mark is married. An affair, then? It's sad, though, huh? He shrugs, but keeps his eyes firmly away from mine. One hand snakes up to rub at his neck as if massaging out some tension.
Death is always sad, I guess.
He checks his watch again and then glances around the room. Relief flashing across his features when he sees Janice and a few others crossing the room towards us.
Oh, there's the rest of the gang. The meeting must be about to begin.
I stare at Mark a moment longer, but he refuses to look at me. Actually, he refuses to even look near me. It's like he's erected a big invisible wall between the two of us. And the question is, why? Why did he act as if he didn't know Claire when he clearly would have had to work with her? Why did he refuse to answer my questions? And why does the topic of Claire seem to make him so uncomfortable? Carrie takes the chair next to me and flashes a little wave. And then another guy I don't know takes the seat next to Mark. Janice walks to the front and turns to face us. Well, it looks like we're all here, so let's get started. No Miss Palmer today? Carrie asks, glancing around. I find myself following suit. Janice shakes her head. Miss Palmer had to take an important phone call, but I'll fill her in on everything after we're done. A touch of disappointment washes over me, but I push it away. Miss Palmer is the boss, and she probably has a million important things to do. Still, I can't help wondering when I'll actually get to work with her. Learning from her was a big reason I took the job. Okay, so we have the very unsexy task of trying to make a razor sexy, Janice says. She presses a remote, and a picture of a razor fills the screen. Not that razors are unique, but this one is exceptionally bland. It's monochromatic and doesn't appear to have many distinguishing features. I study the razor, trying to see it in a different light. We could experiment with color, I suggest. It's completely silver, so at least we'd have a lot of colors we could choose from. Color might work, but it doesn't really say anything about the razor, Janice says. The razor doesn't say much about itself either, I think, but I keep that comment to myself.
What if we focus on precision? Mark offers. Like have visuals of how close it cuts, how clean the lines are.
Janice taps her lips as if thinking through that idea. That might work. We could use that as a tagline, like sharper than ever or cutting-edge precision, Carrie says. If we go with the idea of precision, we could focus on cool, bold colors like blue and black, I add, starting to see a picture in my mind. Maybe even a futuristic world where the razor is more than just a grooming tool. It's a high-tech gadget.
Maybe we have a modern-day warrior, and we zoom into the razor slicing through the hairs," Mark adds.
Janice nods and tilts her head as if trying to visualize it as well. "That might work. Lily, can you sketch up a few scenes and then send them to Mark to see if they'll work on the print aspect as well as the video aspect? Carrie, you and Ray keep working on the copy. Let's keep it simple and sharp." Carrie and Ray nod, and I glance over at Mark. He seems relaxed once more and even flashes a small smile at me before it freezes on his face. I follow his gaze and see Sarah Palmer staring at us, arms folded across her chest. "You started the meeting without me?" Sarah's voice is confused. "You said the meeting started at 10, and according to my watch..." She makes an exaggerated show of checking her watch. "It's only 9:45. Janice flashes us an apologetic expression. "I told you the meeting was moved to 9:30, she says calmly. "And you said you had a phone call at that time." There's a flicker of something on Sarah's face that is hard to place. Anger? Confusion? Finally, she sighs. "I don't remember that conversation, but I suppose it's possible. Please fill me in later then." "Of course." Janice gives her a smile and waits for Sarah to leave. Then she inhales and exhales deeply. "All right, sorry for the interruption. She's got a lot on her plate. But let's get to work on the concepts we discussed, and I'll let you know when the next project comes up." "So that was weird, right?" I whisper to Carrie as we return to our offices. She nods and glances around to make sure no one else is close enough to hear. "Definitely weird. Want to talk about it more over lunch?" "Sure, sounds good. Does noon work?" I check my watch. It's almost 10, but 2 hours should be plenty of time to sketch out at least some basic ideas to show Mark. "Yep, I'll see you then." As Carrie heads to her office, I enter mine and see the search for Claire still up on my screen. Though I'm still curious about her, I close out the search and try to focus on work. If I want to keep this job, I can't get distracted by something that happened before I arrived. Chapter 10. Sarah. As I step into the opulent banquet room, I can't help but feel like I belong, and that I'm out of place at the same time. I've worked hard to get here, but I still feel like the little girl from the trailer park, and I'm afraid that these people will see through my carefully crafted facade to the uncertain woman underneath. I feel a little like I'm walking into the lion's den. Heat flares on my neck as the eyes of several people turn toward me, but I put on my most confident expression and pray that they can't see through me. Most of the faces display awe and perhaps a little jealousy. After all, I've gotten to this position rather quickly, faster than most, which explains why there are a few faces that can barely hide their disdain. These are the ones who hate that I'm here, who wonder if I cheated to get ahead. They are the ones I have to watch out for, because if they start asking questions, they might find out the truth, and that would be devastating. I pull my shoulders back, determined to prove that I belong here, and cross the floor. "Sarah, you look lovely tonight. Is that a new dress?" I turn to see Sydney Carver, head of a competing firm, addressing me. Sydney has received invites to these dinners for years, and she's no doubt salty to see that I've reached her level. Her blue eyes are icy, though she tries to hide them with her beaming smile. But it's too wide, too fake, and I know she would love to see my company fail. With me out of the way, She would easily pick up many of my clients. "This old thing?" I reply, running a hand down my red, satiny, form-fitted dress. It is brand new, and out of budget, really, but there's no reason to tell Sydney that. "It's nothing special, but thank you." "You finally made it to the big leagues. How does it feel?" Sydney asks in a patronizing tone. She sips the glass in her hand and completely ignores my comment. She is masterful at deflecting. I'll give her that. "It feels exactly like I thought it would, and yet even better, knowing I made it faster than you did." Sydney's mouth parts in surprise, but I walk away before she has time to say anything more. I probably shouldn't poke the bear. She is definitely one who, wanting to see me out of the way, would dig into my rise, and she's unlikely to give up easily. But I can't think about Sydney tonight. Instead, my eyes scour the crowd for the handsome face I know will be here somewhere as I head toward my table. Before I've gone very far, I am accosted by Michael Townsend, an intern who spent time with us last week. His fawning tone and eager eyes remind me more of a puppy than a man sometimes. But I appreciate his work ethic, and when he gets a little more confident, I might consider trying to lure him to my company.
"Ms. Palmer, your presentation last week was nothing short of inspiring. I can't wait to incorporate some of your techniques into my presentations."
He's taken a hold of my hand and is shaking it up and down like he's trying to get the last drop of liquid out of a jar. As kindly as I can, I extricate my hand and give him an appreciative smile. "Thank you, Michael. I have no doubt you will be putting together stunning presentations before you know it." He laps up my praise and asks if he can get me anything, but I assure him I am good, and turn to continue toward the table containing my name. Instead, I run into something solid. "Oh, hello," I say, as I realize who I've collided with. "I was hoping I'd find you."
"And here I am,"
he answers in his deep and velvety voice.
"I certainly wasn't going to let you be all by yourself tonight."
Though we are not touching, a shiver races down my spine as he smiles at me, displaying blazingly white teeth and the tiniest dimple in his chin. "Were you able to get us at the same table?" I ask, trying to keep my smile from stretching across my face.
"I was. Shall I take you there now?"
"Sounds good." I smile up at him, feeling surprisingly tongue-tied. It must come from the heightened exhilaration of pretending not to know each other. He leads the way to a table near the front of the room, and we take our seats. There are a few other people there that I recognize. Paul Winter, who manages several hedge funds, and Natalie North, an up-and-coming clothing designer. There's also a man and woman I don't recognize, but at least it's doubtful that many at this table will question me about my invitation, or how JD and I know each other. We exchange small talk until dinner is served, and then the discussion turns to the food. Though JD and I exchange conspiratorial glances at times, I try to focus on listening to the conversation at the table. These people have been in the elite circle longer than I have, and if I want to pass as one of them, I need to make sure I sound like they do. As they clear our dinner plates and bring out dessert, my phone buzzes in my purse. The only person who would call me tonight is Janice, and that can mean nothing good. As discreetly as possible, I slide my phone into my lap and glance down at the screen. "We have a problem," is all it says. And with that, I know my evening is over. Though I stay long enough to finish my dessert, nothing at the office would be life-threatening. I can't enjoy it as much as I probably would have before the text. All I can think about is what could be wrong. Well, that was lovely, but I'm afraid I have to duck out now, I say, standing and flashing a smile at everyone. Evidently, there is some sort of emergency at work that I must go and deal with.
Those are the drawbacks of being successful,
JD says, but I catch the question in his eyes, asking me if everything is all right. Yes, I suppose it is. It was lovely meeting all of you, and I hope our paths cross again. I lock eyes with JD long enough to let him know that I'm okay, and then I head for the exit. Chapter 11. Sarah. The office is mostly dark when I arrive a few minutes later, but one lone light shines from Janice's office. We don't have an on-site security guard because our building is in a safe location, and I've never felt a need. But I suddenly wish there was someone else in the building making sure it was safe. There's an eerie feeling in the air as I step out of the car, and I grasp my purse tightly and hurry to the door, my heart pounding in my chest with each step. I stop to catch my breath once I'm inside and then make my way up to Janice's office. She looks up with an apologetic expression when I knock on her door jamb a few minutes later. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry I had to call you away. I shake my head and wave my hand to dismiss her apology. It's no problem. The dinner was over anyway. Honestly, you probably saved me from boring small talk. Oh no, was it that bad? Not all bad, I say, thinking about JD and how we'd planned to get together after the dinner. But I didn't have much in common with the people at my table. Well, at least the ones who weren't named JD, but I keep that tidbit to myself. So what's going on here? Something with the layout. Janice pulls up an image on her computer, but I'm not sure exactly what it is. I was going to call Mark, but you know his wife just had their baby and it didn't seem right to drag him out of his house so late. No, that wouldn't have gone over well. I think back to the last Christmas party we had when Mark's wife had a little too much to drink. The stigma about angry redheads had nothing on her, and though she'd been inebriated at the time, I can't imagine how she might act when sleep-deprived. You made the right call. Okay, let me see what's going on with this. She stands to give me her chair. How about I get us some coffee? I glance at my watch. It's a little late for caffeine, but if there's some decaf, I'll take that. If not, green tea is good. Got it. Be right back. As Janice heads toward the kitchen area, I turn my attention to the layout issue. It is definitely off, but it takes me a minute to realize why. It's small, but when I zoom in, I can see that some of the images are missized and the spacing is inconsistent. Either Mark was distracted, or he handed this off to someone underneath him and didn't do a good job checking it. I'll have to have a discussion with him on Monday, but I won't go hard on him. It can't be easy with a new baby in the house. I imagine his sleep schedule has been disrupted, and I know firsthand how that can affect your concentration. I begin moving the images around and adjusting some of the colors. Janice returns a few minutes later and hands me a decaf coffee before pulling up a chair behind me to watch what I'm doing. Is it an easy fix? She asks as she sips her own drink. Mostly easy, but not really quick. Thanks for the drink. I pick up the mug, enjoying the warmth, and pause long enough to take a sip. You're welcome. I work in silence for a few minutes, Janice watching over my shoulder and asking questions along the way, as well as pointing out spaces I miss. So you didn't tell me about the dinner, she says when we finally finish fixing the ad. Did anything good happen? She emphasizes the word anything and leans in, begging for some details. I finish the coffee and think about what I can say. I don't want to tell her I'm seeing someone because she'll ask all sorts of questions that I'm not ready to answer. But maybe I could mention a handsome stranger. Well, there was one man at my table I found intriguing. I don't know much about him other than his name because we really only engaged in small talk, and I'll probably never see him again, I say quickly when her face lights up. But there was that, plus the food was good. Never say never, though. She stands and stretches, her back cracking as she reaches over her head. I'm beat. I sure hope sleep comes quickly tonight. Me too, I add, as a large yawn escapes me. But I know it probably won't. Insomnia is something I've dealt with for a long time, and it's only gotten worse with Claire's suicide. Go on and head home. I'll close up tonight. Janice shakes her head. No, I'll stay and get it sent off. I hate to keep you later after I called you in. It's fine. Go home. I'll see you on Monday. Are you sure? Of course. I flash her a smile and a wave, and then give the ad one more final look before I save it, send it to the right department, and shut down the computer. I grab my bag and head toward the door, but as I turn out the lights in the office, a noise grabs my attention, and I spin toward it. The rest of the office is dark, long shadows stretching out like dark tendrils across the floor. But could someone be lurking in the shadows? The office doors that I can see are all shut, and there's no soft light as if from a computer screen visible. Hello? I call. Janice? Perhaps she knocked something over on her way out, and that's what I heard. Though if that had been the case, I'm sure she would have said something. My heartbeat speeds up as I wait, but nothing moves except the shiver that races down my spine. Is anyone there? When nothing answers but silence, I decide I must have imagined it and finish turning off the lights. My unease does not lessen, though, and I move as quickly as I can to the elevator. I pause before punching the button. Though I've been here after hours before, it feels ominous and foreboding tonight, and the thought of being alone in the tiny car unnerves me. However, the option of dark, echoey stairwells feels even worse, so I step into the elevator when the door opens and quickly press the button to go down. It's only when the elevator starts moving that I realize I've been holding my breath. I let it out slowly and focus on even breathing, a technique my mother taught me when I was little to control my emotions, but it's not helping much now. When the elevator reaches the ground floor and the doors open, I poke my head outside and glance both directions before stepping out. The lobby looms empty and cavernous like some hungry creature, but everything remains still. With a quick gait, I stride toward the exit, trying to ignore the eerie echo of my heels on the marble flooring. Just as I reach the front door, I catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. I spin, positioning my keys in my hand like Wolverine's claws, a trick Matt taught me when I was in college. Brass knuckles weren't allowed, but he showed me how this technique could be nearly as effective. I scan the area, but nothing moves. My heart is pounding so hard that it feels like it's going to burst right out of my chest. As quickly as possible, I push open the door and lock it behind me. Only then do I realize that the door was unlocked. Did I leave it unlocked when I came in? Or did Janice when she left? I can't remember, and at this point, it doesn't matter. I'm outside and I'm safe, but my car seems like an ocean away. Clutching my keys tightly in one hand and my purse in the other, I hurry toward my car. When I'm safely in the driver's seat with the door locked, I finally breathe a sigh of relief and allow myself to relax a little. I tell myself I imagined the noise, but as I drive home, I'm no longer entirely sure. My eyes gravitate to the rearview mirror as I head towards home. No car appears that I can see, but the feeling that I'm being followed does not dissipate. And it's so strong that I drive past my house the first time and circle my block just to be sure. When I'm confident there's no car, I pull into the driveway and hustle into my house. With the door locked, I glance out the windows again just to make sure there's nothing there. The outside is dark and quiet, but my heart is still thrumming in my chest. I let the curtains fall and make my way to my bedroom, turning on the lights as I go. Even with the darkness dispelled, my heart rate does not slow. Perhaps once I get in bed it will, so I step into the bathroom to brush my teeth and prepare to turn in. As I study my reflection in the mirror, I'm surprised by how wide and fear-filled my eyes are. I don't know what's wrong with me, but I've got to get a hold on my emotions. Before I exit the bathroom, I splash some water on my face and then change into pajamas. I crawl into the bed, but though the covers are comforting, the hairs on the back of my neck refuse to lie down. It appears it will be another sleepless night. Chapter 12. Sarah. Saturday morning, I wake up with dark circles under my eyes that look more like craters than shadows. I got very little sleep last night as my mind kept replaying the noise at the office over and over again, interrupted only by the question of whether I'd left the front door unlocked or Janice had. All of this had led to nightmares and tossing and turning. My sheets look like I wrestled an alligator in them, and my body feels like I lost. I turn on the shower, hoping the hot water will take away the aches and invigorate me, but even when it's done, I still feel less than human. I pull on a pair of sweats and my favorite lounge t-shirt and head to the kitchen for coffee. Before I have a chance to start the pot, a knock sounds at my door. I glance at my watch and sigh. It's early, but not unacceptably early. My mother always used to say, "We don't call or knock on people's doors after 9 p.m. or before 9 a.m. Telemarketers must never have gotten that training, unfortunately, as I've had several call me before 9. But I don't have that excuse this morning anyway, as it's already almost 10. As I walk to the door, I realize I should have checked my phone first. What if it's JD showing up to make sure I'm okay? I certainly can't open the door looking like this. On the other hand, if we're going to have a future, he'll see me like this at some point. And maybe he can console me and reassure me that everything is okay. I look through the peephole and sag with relief when I see Janice. She stands on my doorway with coffees in one hand and a bag that I'm almost certain holds a fritter in the other. "To what do I owe this surprise?" I ask her as I open the door. "What? Friends can't show up with coffee and donuts for no reason?" I chuckle and step back to allow her to enter. "Of course they can, but you normally don't." A look of chagrin crosses her face at my emphasis. "I always mean to, but weekends generally get away from me. Regardless, this is my thank you for saving me last night." She shuts the front door and follows me to the kitchen. "By the way, are you okay? Because, no offense, but you look like death warmed over." "Thanks," I say wryly. "I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well, and you don't need to thank me for last night. It's my job." But I don't mind the coffee. I can tell from the first sip that it's better than what I make at home. "I know, but I cut your dinner short, and then I felt even worse when you told me about the cute guy. If I hadn't called you out early, maybe you would have gotten his number." She opens the bag and, using a napkin, reaches in and pulls out a fritter, handing it to me. It's blueberry, so I hope you don't mind trying something new. I never mind trying something new. Apple fritters are good, but they get old after a while. However, I love trying berry ones when I can find them. And you don't need to worry about the guy. I'll probably never see him again, and I don't really have time to date. Yes, you do, and you should. You've got the company running smoothly, and I can help with anything that comes up while you're gone. I study Janice's face. Is that eagerness I see in her features? Does she want me to be out of the office for some reason? Is she trying to take over? I shake my head to clear the thoughts. What is wrong with me? Janice is my best friend. She just wants the best for me. I'll think about it, but you need time off too. No, I don't, she says, taking a bite of her donut. At least not while Dan is still traveling. Maybe I'll take you up on that offer when he's got a few weeks at home. Any word on when he'll be home? She shrugs. I don't know. He said maybe he'd have things wrapped up by midweek, but I'm not holding my breath. Her frustration is evident in her dismissive tone, and I think about broaching the topic of her moving on again, but before I can say anything, she changes the conversation. Hey, what do you think about trying that new wine bar, Wind Down, tonight? I'm really hoping to meet up with JD at some point tonight, but I don't want to tell Janice that. And surely I'll have time to do it after the drink with Janice. At least as long as I only have one with her. I'm always up for a glass of wine. Good, I was hoping you'd be. I also got you an appointment at the spa for today. Massage, facial, and mud bath. What do you think? I think that sounds amazing, but how did you book something so quickly? My body is telling me to stop asking questions, that a spa day will help me relax and feel even better with JD tonight. But my head has questions. Why is she booking me a spa day? She's not my assistant. I don't even have an assistant. So is this more thanks for last night? Or is there some ulterior motive? Janice grins and shakes her head. I cannot reveal my sources, but they're expecting you at noon. And what about you? I can't today. I have to run a few errands, but please enjoy. She checks her watch and stands. In fact, I should get going. I walk her to the door and wave goodbye. But when she drives away, I can't help thinking about my questions. What errands does she have? And why would she book me a spa day and not herself? My first thought goes to Claire's suicide. But if this is about recovering from that, then Janice is in as much need as I am. Does she know? No, she couldn't possibly. I've been careful. This has to just be Janice being thoughtful Janice. But though I appreciate her kindness, I can't shake the thought from my mind that her motive isn't entirely altruistic. Pushing the thoughts to the side, I busy myself for a few hours and then head out for the spa. As I step out the front door, I glance around as if I expect the phantom car I didn't see last night to be parked out front. Nothing appears amiss, though it is unlikely I would notice if anything was off, considering that I didn't start paying attention to my surroundings until last night. I'm going to have to get better at that. But as everything seems copacetic, I continue to my car. Once inside, though, the hairs on the back of my neck begin to tingle and lift as I pull out of my drive. I scan the area quickly, but don't see anyone in the rearview mirror or watching me from the sidewalk. Still, I keep my eyes peeled the entire drive to the spa. A modicum of relief covers me when I pull into the parking lot of the spa unharmed. I step out of the car, pause, and look around. No one jumps out at me, but the feeling of someone's gaze locked on me does not fade. Tucking my purse closer to my side, I lock the door and hurry inside. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" the woman asks when I step up to the desk. "I do. Sarah Palmer?" As the woman turns to her computer, I glance out the door. But there's no one in the parking lot. It must be a lingering feeling from last night's nightmares. "Yes, here you are. We'll start with the massage." I follow her to the massage room, undress, and climb on the table. But as I lay there, I can't help but think how vulnerable I am at this moment. Thankfully, the masseuse enters a moment later, and as he begins to knead my tight muscles, I feel my stress slipping away. By the time I'm done with the facial, I've almost forgotten about the feeling of being watched. And when I emerge from the mud bath, I feel like a new person. I head over to the wine bar, and though I'm a little early, I go ahead and order a drink and take it to a table at the back of the room. As soon as I sit down, my phone vibrates, and I open the screen to a message from Janice. Janice: "Not going to be able to make it tonight, but have a drink for me." I hope she's okay. It's unlike Janice to cancel. I'm about to respond to her when I get a better idea and click over to JD's name. Sarah: "Fancy a meetup?" I've just hit send when a shadow falls on my table and JD asks,
"Is this seat taken?"
"What are you doing here?" I ask quietly, as my eyes dart around the room for anyone who might recognize me. "Should I be worried that you're following me?" He smiles, that dimple in his cheek standing out like a beacon.
"Not at all. I was finishing up some work and fancied a drink. This place was nearby, and I thought it would be rude not to say hello when I saw you. Besides, you just texted me."
He holds his phone out as evidence. "Is that going to be our story?" I ask, a teasing lilt in my tone.
"Why not? Can't two friends who happen to come to the same bar share a drink?"
He pulls out the chair across from me and sits down.
"What are you doing here by yourself anyway?"
"I was supposed to be meeting Janice," I say slowly, watching his face for his reaction. "But she canceled on me."
"Ah, perhaps it would be better if we met up somewhere else. Your place in 15 minutes?
"Absolutely." I finish the last of my drink and stand up. "I'll see you there." As nonchalantly as possible, I exit the bar and head to my car, glancing around as I do. When I reach my car, I shoot off a text to Janice, telling her not to worry and thanking her again for the spa day, and then I head home. I'm almost at my door when the sound of crunching leaves behind me causes me to freeze. I spin around and peer into the shadows, but the only thing I see is my neighbor across the street, lugging his recycling bin out to the curb. When he sees me watching, he lifts a hand in a wave, and I return it before entering my house. I have got to stop jumping at every little sound, but I'm not sure how. After dropping my keys and purse, I head to the kitchen and pour 2 glasses of wine. A few sips of mine slows my heart rate enough that when the knock comes, I don't bother to check the peephole first. JD smiles at me from the other side of the door.
"Did you start without me?"
he asks, nodding at the wine glass in my hand. I motion him in and then close the door behind him. I needed to calm down. I thought someone was following me.
"You mean other than me?"
His eyes twinkle as he pulls me in for a kiss. I push back from him before his lips can meet mine, because I know when they do, this conversation will be lost. This is serious. Last night, I got called out to help Janice with something at work. When I got ready to leave, I felt like someone was there. I felt it all day today, too.
His smile falters. Okay, let's talk about it. Do you think anyone knows?
I shake my head as I head toward the kitchen to give him his glass of wine. I don't think so. No one has said anything, and no one seems to be acting differently. He takes a sip as he considers the predicament.
Do you think they could know and just not be letting on that they do?
I don't know, but what do I do? Do I make a statement first so it doesn't seem like we're hiding things? Do I wait and see if someone comes forward? He pulls me close and sighs in my hair.
I don't know, but we'll figure it out.
Though his arms ease the fear a bit, I know I can't stay in them forever. I'm going to have to figure out who's following me and what they know. Chapter 13. Sarah. Janice is at my door 5 minutes after I enter Monday morning, 2 mugs of coffee in hand and an apologetic look on her face. I am so sorry about Saturday night, she says, handing one of the mugs to me. I take it and wrap my hands around it, enjoying the warmth. What happened? Is everything all right? She certainly seems okay. In fact, she looks more like the one who had a spa day than I do, as there are no dark circles under her eyes. Mine, however, seem to have grown deeper, despite my few relaxing hours on Saturday. She bites on her lip and drops her gaze. Everything is fine. I had a friend reach out to me who needed to talk, and I didn't feel like I could say no. I don't buy her excuse. Whether it's the slight tell in the way her eyes slide to the side, or the conversation with JD Saturday night, I'm not sure. But one thing I do know is that I can't let her know that I don't believe her. It's fine. I'm glad you could help a friend. In fact, it's sort of worked out that you didn't show up. She leans forward, her eyes wide and sparkling with interest. What do you mean? I don't even know why I said anything, but perhaps it's because I know she lied to me that I want to give her a story back. The handsome guy from Friday showed up. The one from dinner? Her brow furrows and a look of disbelief covers her face. The same one. When her mouth falls open and she blinks at me, I know she's shocked and trying to formulate the right words in her head. Wow, that's coincidental, isn't it? That's what I thought, but maybe serendipitous is a better word. She sits back, clearly realizing there's a bit of a story and eager to get comfortable for it. What do you mean? Well, I got there a little early, but figured I'd order a drink while I waited for you. If I had waited to order until you got there, I probably would have left when I received your text. I shrug. Anyway, I was just finishing the drink, and he showed up just minutes later. Serendipity. The corners of her lips twitch into a small smile. Okay, so how did it go? A hint of heat climbs up my neck as I think back to Saturday night. It definitely went well, but I'm not sharing that with Janice, so I embellish a little bit more. It was good. We had a few rounds and then he drove me home, because evidently drinking wine on an empty stomach is not a good idea. He drove you home? I don't know whether the incredulity in her voice is because she doesn't believe I let him drive me home, or she doesn't believe the story. I roll my eyes and shake my head at her. Yes, he drove me home, but it's not what you think. He walked me to my door, made sure I made it inside, and then left. He was a gentleman. JD did do this. It just happened to be on our first date and not Saturday night. So it's only a little white lie. Her left eyebrow quirks as she taps a finger against her lips. And are you planning on seeing this gentleman again? I am. We have a date planned for a few days from now. How about you? Were you able to help your friend? Her face goes blank for a moment as if she has no idea what I'm talking about. But then she smiles and nods. Yes, I think so anyway. You never know though, right? I mean, Claire. She stops, and the two of us share a sad smile. I wonder if thinking of Claire will ever go away. I'm sure you helped. You have such a way with words. Thank you. I'm just happy I could be there. She looks down at her watch and stands. Well, I better go check on my team to make sure the campaign is ready. Okay, thanks again for the drink. I'll come check on the campaign later today. She smiles. Always. As Janice leaves, I turn my attention to the computer to check emails and start drafting a new proposal for a client. But as my fingers strike the keys, the conversation with Janice plays back in my mind, and a sense of unease that I can't quite shake clings to my nerves. Why did she set me up a spa day? Why did she really cancel our wine night? And then I remember the meeting last week. Did Janice tell me she'd change the time, or did she just gaslight me to make me think she had? I shake my head, trying to push aside the unease that makes no sense. Janice is my best friend, my business partner. I shouldn't be second-guessing her story. But it doesn't matter how much I tell myself that. The whisper of doubt still lingers in my brain, planting seeds of suspicion that I try to ignore. As the day wears on, I find excuses to get out of my office. I tell myself it's for the exercise or to build rapport with the employees. But I'm really watching Janice. I'm watching the way she interacts with the staff, the way she smiles and banters with them, the way they respond to her. I realize that she's taken over most of the other meetings as well. Yes, I still meet with department heads, but Janice meets with the smaller teams, and I wonder if that's on purpose. Is she trying to take over my job? Make me unnecessary and then step in? What is wrong with me? Making me the head of the company was Janice's idea. Why would she want to kick me out now when she could have been an equal party at the beginning? I head to the bathroom to splash some water on my face. Maybe I'm coming down with something and feeling feverish. That might explain the crazy thoughts in my head. As I open the door to the bathroom, though, I hear the low hum of whispered voices. They're too quiet to make out the words, but it's obvious this is a secret conversation. Normally, I would have no desire to eavesdrop, but all I can wonder now is if the conversation is about me. Are the employees talking about how Janice would be a better boss, a more hands-on boss, one who doesn't forget meetings and then look crazy when she shows up late? Is there more that I've forgotten? I round the corner, determined to catch whoever is having the conversation in the act. But there's no one there. And then I see the feet beneath the stall and realize someone is on their phone and the conversation has nothing to do with me. Water. I came in here for water, so I move to the sink. But before I turn the water on, I examine my reflection in the mirror. I don't look crazy. My blonde hair is pinned back in its normal professional knot, and though there are traces of dark circles under my eyes, the cover-up I applied this morning is still working. I look normal, but maybe that's what crazy looks like. It looks normal on the outside even as it eats you up from within. The hushed conversation stops as the water pours from the faucet, but I only barely register it. I splash the water on my face, hoping that it will feel cold and refreshing, a sign that I might be feverish, but it just feels wet. With a sigh, I grab a paper towel and blot my face dry, careful not to smudge my makeup, and then head out the door. Maybe I need professional help, someone who can explain why I'm suddenly feeling so paranoid. And then it hits me, and my stomach sinks to the floor. It can't be. I refuse to let it. Chapter 14. Lily. Though I'm still enjoying my job, it is not exactly what I thought it would be. I guess I thought it would be like the movies, with a group of people sitting around tables all day trying new items, and then brainstorming the best way to market them. It's not like that at all. I spend most of the day alone in my office, sketching ideas for ads and slowly going stir-crazy. So when Carrie asks me to eat lunch with her, I nearly jump at the chance. We make our way down to the cafeteria and grab a table near the back. "So, do you think I'll ever get to work with Miss Palmer?" I ask Carrie as we unwrap our sandwiches. The cafeteria is lively, and I feel confident the hum of conversation around us will keep ours from being overheard. But I still keep my volume lower than normal. I mean, this job is amazing, but I was hoping to learn from her. Carrie shakes her head and then glances around surreptitiously. I don't know. Normally she runs the meetings for the department heads, but she wasn't there yesterday. Janice ran it instead. Really? Has that happened before? Carrie shrugs and takes a bite of her sandwich, chewing slowly as if pondering her answer. Other than when she showed up halfway through the campaign meeting the other day, I can't think of one. I don't know. Maybe she's just been really busy, or maybe she met someone, but she seems different, especially since Claire. Different how? Though I've stopped trying to find information online, I'm still very curious about Claire, but no one seems to talk about it. I don't know, just more forgetful, less engaged. Maybe it's just her way of dealing with the grief, though. I can understand that. I lost someone close to me once and felt the same way, although more than anything, I wanted to know why. Carrie nods. Right? And Claire never even gave hints that I know of. I've never lost anyone, but don't they usually give things away or say odd things? Supposedly even her friends here didn't suspect. That is weird. Do you think it could have been something else? Like something happened to her and someone is trying to cover it up? Carrie looks at me for a minute as if trying to decide if I'm serious. You don't actually think something nefarious happened to her, do you? The police ruled it a suicide. I shrug. Stranger things have happened. What if she stumbled across some information that someone didn't want getting out, and they just staged it to look like a suicide? Carrie shakes her head. I think you've been reading too many novels. Maybe, but you said that Sarah has been acting differently. No, I can't believe she would have anything to do with Claire's death. She doesn't sound convinced herself, and her words do nothing to convince me. But I go along with her. I'm sure you're right, but I've never been more uncertain of anything in my life. When I get back to my office, something feels off. I enter the room slowly, my eyes scanning for what is bothering me. When I round my desk, I see it. My pencils have been moved. Most people probably wouldn't notice, but I am one of those people who likes to line them up by color, and the white pencil is not by the yellow one like it should be. I put it in the right place, and that's when I realized that one of my greens is missing. I always have a dark green and a light green because it's one of those shades that does very different things. The dark green is right there near the brown, but the light green is missing. My gaze rakes over the desk, but it's not there. There are no papers cluttering my desk, but I look under everything anyway. I open the drawers in case it accidentally rolled into one, but none of them hold the pencil either. Finally, I get down on the ground to look under the desk, and that's when I see it. It's rolled to the very back of my desk. I have to crawl under the desk a bit to reach it, but with an extra stretch, my fingers grasp it. Prize secured, I begin backing out of the desk. But something grabs my attention. A white piece of paper sticking out of a crack like a little white flag of surrender. Curious, I wrestle it from the crack, careful not to tear it, and open it. At first, I don't know what I'm looking at, as I'm an artist, not a numbers girl. But as I study the contents of the paper, my heartbeat quickens. It's a series of numbers, dates, and what seem to be coded messages. Someone has gone to great lengths to hide whatever information this holds. Why was it hidden in my desk? And who left it there? My mind races with possibilities. Could this be related to Claire's death? Or is it something more sinister? Something connected to Sarah's recent strange behavior? And what do I do with this information? Who do I trust? The only name I have is the woman I just had lunch with, Carrie. Chapter 15. Sarah. As I stare at the tiny house, I'm filled with a sense of dread. I've avoided coming back as much as possible, but I have to get answers. With a sigh, I lock the car and walk up the cracked sidewalk to the faded front door. The knock sounds as hollow as my heart at this moment, but I'm still shocked by the face that appears when the door opens moments later. Sarah, is that you? My mother has aged since the last time I saw her. There are more lines on her face, and the circles under her eyes are basins that you could get lost in. A moment of guilt sweeps over me, knowing that I've caused at least some of this by not coming home more often. Hi, Mom. Can I come in? Of course you can. She steps back to allow me to enter and then holds her arms open for an embrace. I should want to hug her, but all I can think about is how poor we were growing up, how her issues kept her from holding decent jobs, and how hard it was. But I swallow all of that down and allow her to hug me for a minute. To what do I owe this pleasure? She asks when I step out of her arms. Matt said you were too busy with work to come by. I am busy with work, but I needed to ask you some questions. Can we sit for a minute? My eyes wander over the faded second-hand furniture and I point to the couch. Of course. She sits on one end and pats the space closest to her. What kinds of questions? I press my lips together and inhale deeply. These are going to be hard questions to ask, but I have to know. I need to know about your disorder. When did you start suffering from paranoia? Her eyes crinkle with sympathy. Are you having bouts? I don't know. I'm hesitant to tell her too much. But I want to hear your story. When did it affect you and what was it like? My mother nods and looks away for a moment. This subject can't be easy for her, but I have to know. Mine started when I was much younger than you, so while I know you must be worried about the genetic component, it is unlikely you would have bouts now. But there are late-onset cases, I push. She sighs. Yes, there are, but they're rare. Mine started in my 20s with emotional mood swings and insomnia. I was in college at the time, so I blamed it on late nights and too much coffee. The paranoia didn't start until a few years later, but it was almost always preceded by a manic episode. Have you had any manic episodes? I think back over the last few weeks. There has been a lot of change, but I'm not sure I can point to a manic episode. I don't think I've had manic episodes or emotional mood swings. But I have had insomnia, and something feels off. I was late at work one night and heard a noise. No one was there, but I felt like someone was following me. There have been a few other things as well. My mother places a hand on my arm. Those are all things that could be concerning, but couldn't they also come from working too hard or losing an employee? Matt told me you wouldn't be coming by because of work, and I heard about your employee taking her life. That's got to be difficult to deal with. It has been, I concede, and for a moment I wish my mother would pull me into her arms and console me like she did when I was very young. But then I remember all the times she left us alone, or came home drunk, and I pull back. But could that really cause me to think I'm being watched or followed? I mean, she was an employee, but we weren't close outside of work. My mother puts her hand on my arm for just a second before pulling it back. Of course it could affect you like that. Close or not, you lost an employee. There's got to be some guilt attached to that, even if it was in no way your fault. She says it wasn't my fault, but the tone of her words make me think that she doesn't believe that. At least not entirely. That she thinks I'm to blame for Claire's death, at least in some small way. But that's a topic for another day. Today I've got my answer. I'm not having manic episodes like my mother was, so mine must be something different. I am struggling with Claire's death, and it has been busy at work. Maybe I am just working too hard. I'm sure that's all it is. Maybe take a break and come home more often. You know you're always welcome here. Thanks, Mom. I'll try. As I stand, my mom's face falls. Evidently, she was hoping that I would stay longer, but I can't. I have to get back to work. Do you have to leave so soon? Sorry, but I have a campaign I need to work on. Thanks for letting me come by, though. You're always welcome here, honey. Somehow, I'm not sure my mother would feel the same way if she knew about my secrets, but I smile, give her a quick hug, and then make my exit. As I get into the car, my phone buzzes with a text. I frown at the unknown number, but tap to read it anyway. My heart drops as I read the words. I know what you've done. I glance around to see if anyone is watching me, but the street is still and quiet. So who sent me this? And how much do they know? Chapter 16. Sarah. I'm still a nervous wreck when JD shows up that evening, but I try to push the feeling away so I can enjoy my time with him. So, where are we going tonight?
I can't tell you because that would ruin the surprise.
He flashes a mischievous smile and opens the car door for me. Though I enjoy this teasing side of him, I'm not always the biggest fan of surprises, especially lately. Still, I shake my head and smile at him as I slide into the seat. He shuts my door and then fiddles with something in the trunk for a moment. I'm about to ask him what's taking so long when he opens the driver's side door and slides in, holding a glass of wine out to me.
Here, a drink for the road.
Did you just pour that from wine in the trunk? I ask with a laugh as I accept the glass.
A magician never reveals his secrets, he says.
But the twinkle in his eyes tells me I'm correct. It also makes me wonder what else he has in the trunk. Well, thank you. I take a sip of the wine as he starts the car and pulls away.
You're welcome. I could tell that you're a little tense. Anything you want to tell me?
I think about telling him about the text I received, but I don't want to ruin the mood. Besides, what if it scares him into leaving me? We haven't had the talk yet about what's in store for the future for us, and I don't want to push him too hard. No, it's just work, and the thing with Claire. I'm still wondering if I could have done something differently. He glances over at me and then reaches out to squeeze my hand.
You can't fault yourself for that. Some people are really good at hiding their emotions.
I know, but it's still hard.
I get that, and I'm here whenever you need me.
That's not entirely true, but I'm not going to bring that up either. Instead, I ask him to tell me about his day, and he regales me with stories of sales meetings gone awry. Though I find his stories funny, my eyes begin to close. I blink to force them open, but each time they close, they stay shut a little longer. Car rides make me sleepy, but not usually this quickly. Perhaps it's the car mixed with the wine and the sound of his melodious voice. I wake up sometime later to JD jostling my shoulder.
Hey, sleepyhead, it's time to get up. We're here.
He doesn't seem upset, but I am thoroughly embarrassed. I'm so sorry. How long was I out? I rub my eyes and yawn, stretching out my tight shoulders.
Almost the whole drive, but that's okay. The scenery wasn't much to look at anyway.
The whole time? How long did we drive? I look out the window and realize it's dusk. And then I realize we're parked on the edge of some overlook. Have I misjudged JD after all? Is he not the kind, caring man he's been portraying the last few weeks? Did he put something in the wine so I'd sleep and then drive me to some place where he could kill me? That doesn't make any sense, though. If he drugged me, then why wouldn't he just kill me while I was out? Unless he wants to watch me suffer. No. It's just the paranoia creeping in again. It has to be. Where are we? I ask tentatively, hoping there's a reasonable explanation.
At Gus's Point,
he says, as if this should be obvious.
I know it's a little out of the way, but I thought we could watch the sunset and have a picnic dinner. I have everything we need packed in the trunk.
A picnic dinner, of course. That's much more reasonable. I can't believe I'm jumping to such crazy conclusions. It has to be the conversation with my mother messing with me. Oh, that sounds delicious. He helps me out of the car and then grabs a blanket and a picnic basket from the trunk. Then he leads the way to a little grassy area that I hadn't noticed from the car. The view is breathtaking as we can see the city below us. The lights are just starting to come on, tiny beacons of hope floating in a darkening sea, and the oranges and reds seared across the sky couldn't have been painted more perfectly. JD, this is beautiful. He smiles up at me as he spreads out the blanket and then opens the picnic basket. Inside, he has packed crackers, meat, cheese, the bottle of wine, and chocolates for dessert. Everything is perfect, and I feel a deep sense of chagrin that I thought he might have taken me here for nefarious reasons.
I'm glad you like it. I wanted to do something special in celebration.
He pours himself a glass of wine and tops mine off. Celebration? What do you mean? I know I've been a little off lately, but I don't remember us declaring any sort of anniversary or anything. Perhaps he's celebrating something with his job. He lifts his glass as if for a toast.
I'm filing for divorce, so we can finally be together.
His glass clinks against mine, but I can only blink at him. What? I know, this makes me a horrible person. Marriage is supposed to be a commitment, and I'm helping him break his. But I never meant for it to happen. It's ironic because growing up I used to think that was the lamest excuse I'd ever heard, until it happened to me. However, as much as I enjoy the time with him, I'm not sure I'm ready to announce it to everyone. Especially after the text I received that someone already knows what we're doing.
I mean, we'll have to give it some time for optics, but once I file, the clock can finally start ticking. That's what you want, isn't it?
Of course. I think so. When his face falls, I hurry to continue. I'm sorry. I do want to be with you. I just wasn't expecting this, and it will change things for me. Especially if whoever sent that text shares that they knew about the affair. Though it's not as taboo as it once was, I know it will change the way some of the employees see me if they know.
Things might be uncomfortable for a bit, but then it will blow over and it will all be fine.
I don't know whether he's trying to convince me or himself. As long as you're doing it for you, and not just for me, I say. Though I want him to be happy, I don't want his decision tied to me in case things don't work out between us.
I'm doing it for both of us.
There is hurt in his tone, and he pulls back slightly from me.
Are you saying this isn't what you want anymore? I know we never talked about it specifically, but I thought this was the goal, a life together.
It is, and I'm not changing my mind. I place a hand on his arm in an effort to soothe his damaged ego. It just took me by surprise. With everything going on at work and the paranoia thing, I wasn't expecting it. But I'm excited, really. My words must convince him, because he relaxes and laces his fingers with mine.
Good. I hope so, because I want you to be a part of my life. A big part.
I want that too. I flash him a smile, and we settle into eating the food he brought and watching the sun sink below the horizon. It really is beautiful and thoughtful, but I can't enjoy it. My mind is running through scenarios. Though I don't really think JD would hurt me, there was a moment when he looked angrier than I'd ever seen him before, and it scared me. I'm no longer sure I know JD as well as I thought I did, and I'm even less sure what to do about it. Plus, there's the text looming over my head. What exactly do they know, and what are they going to do about it? Chapter 17. Lily. I have the paper hidden in my purse as I walk up to Carrie's apartment, but I still worry that someone is going to find out about it. I don't think anyone heard me tell Carrie about the paper, and I'm almost positive no one followed me here. But I can't shake the feeling that eyes are on me. As I knock on her door, my gaze darts around looking for anything that might be out of place. Although, since I've never been here before, I wouldn't even know if something was wrong. Thankfully, the door opens moments later and Carrie ushers me in. Her apartment is small but comfortable, decorated in a soft pink and cream color that reminds me of strawberries and cream. "You want a drink?" Carrie asks. "Sure. Do you have some tea?" The weather outside is only slightly cold, but the chill I feel inside is ginormous. I don't know if tea will help, but it certainly can't hurt. "Of course. Come on in the kitchen and I'll put a kettle on." She leads the way to the kitchen, and I can't help glancing around as she turns on the burner. Her kitchen is simple and decorated in black and white. Carrie is definitely a neatnik because there is hardly a thing on her counters. There's a toaster and a coffee pot, but that's about all I see. Carrie opens a cabinet and pulls out a box of teas. "Do you have a preference?" "Green tea is fine. I'm not picky." "Ugh, lucky you," she says, as she pulls a bag of green tea for me and a bag of basic black for herself. I can't handle certain spices or smells, so I have to keep it kind of simple. Really? Doesn't that get bland? She smiles softly as she grabs 2 mugs from a cupboard that is also neat and orderly. Yeah, it can be, but if I don't, I get pretty bad headaches, and I can't do painkillers, so it's worth it. I pull out one of the bar stools and sit down. You can't do painkillers? Like you have an allergy to them? Carrie nods and sits across from me. Yep, allergic to aspirin and all non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs. Sometimes I can take the stronger stuff, but I don't like how it makes me feel. Though Carrie laughs this off as if it's no big deal, I can't imagine how hard this would be. I've only had a few migraines in my life, but they were crippling. Like, turn out the lights and lie in bed as still as possible crippling. And I can't imagine not being able to take regular painkillers for them. I'm so sorry. That must be hard. No harder than anything else others are dealing with. We all have our crosses to bear, and that just happens to be mine. I get it. I'm diabetic, so I have to check my blood sugar often and always carry insulin and snacks with me. See, your cross is different, but just as hard. The kettle begins to whistle, and Carrie fills the mugs and passes one to me. Okay, so shall we take a look at this paper? I nod and pull it out of my pocket, press out the folds, and then slide it across the bar to her. As she studies it, I take a sip of my tea. So, what do you think it means? I ask her, when I can't bear the silence any longer. Carrie's brow furrows as she studies the numbers. I'd have to check with finance, but I wonder if these are transaction numbers. I lean in closer. Transaction numbers? But why would that be in my desk? That's a very good question, Carrie says. I mean, I suppose it's possible that it has been there a long time, though the paper doesn't look that old. I think back to old receipts I found over the years. Most of them were yellowed, and some of them were so faded that you could no longer even see the words. This, on the other hand, is still white and quite easy to read. No, it doesn't, so I don't think it's old. How long did Claire work for the company? Just over a year, I think. Why? It looks too new to be older than that. So Claire had to have put it there. But why would she have it? Do you think she was stealing from the company? Or maybe stumbled across someone else stealing from the company? Carrie takes a sip of her tea and shakes her head as if she can't believe it. I thought you were crazy when you suggested that Claire's death might not be an accident. But now I'm not so sure. If she was skimming from the company and someone found out about it, she shivers. Or if she did find that someone else was stealing from the company and they found out she knew about it. She shakes her head again. Neither of those are pleasant thoughts, as it would mean the killer might still work there. But maybe it's not that nefarious. Maybe she didn't tell anyone and the guilt of that ate her up inside. Somehow I doubt that, I say. I mean, why wouldn't she just quit if that was the case? I don't know. This is just crazy. Okay, but let's assume that she did find theft. Who would be doing it? Sarah? Carrie lets out a low whistle. Stealing from your own company? That would be pretty brazen. And I can't see Sarah killing Claire and staging it as a suicide. But you did say she's been acting weird. What if killing her was an accident, and now she's dealing with the guilt? Carrie looks down at the paper and shakes her head again. It just doesn't make sense. Claire could have taken this to the police, or at least a lawyer. I mean, she'd have a wrongful termination suit if she got fired and could prove it. You're right, that doesn't make sense. Do you think maybe it's Janice? She was a little weird the day I started when I said Sarah seemed stressed, and she might have reacted more forcefully if Claire told her. After all, she would not only get fired, but probably go to prison. That might be reason enough to kill someone. Carrie's lips pull into a straight line as she ponders this option. If Claire was actually killed. She pauses and sighs. Janice would make more sense from the financial part, but while she's always been stricter, she doesn't seem like the type to steal from the company. I'm not sure what she expects a person stealing from a company would be like. In my opinion, they wouldn't do anything to stand out, but what do I know? So what do we do about it? Do we just ignore it and pretend it's nothing? Do we take a chance it's not Sarah and talk to her? Or Janice? Why don't you let me keep it and I'll ask one of the guys I know in finance. Before we talk to someone higher, we should probably make sure this is what we think it is. Are you sure? She nods. It only makes sense. I know more people there and I know who to talk to. I can ask questions quietly. I don't know why I want to take the paper with me. Am I really scared that something will happen to Carrie if she has it? Or is there another reason? Whatever the reason, I choose to trust her. Okay, but be careful. She smiles at me. Careful is my middle name. Chapter 18. Sarah. I've just settled on the couch with a glass of wine and a book when a knock sounds at my door. I'm not expecting JD, but I wouldn't mind a surprise visit. So I set my drink down, check my hair, and put on my most seductive smile for him. However, when I open the door, it is not JD standing there, but Janice. And she looks miserable. My smile slips into an expression of concern. Janice, is everything okay? Not really. She sniffs and wipes her eyes, which are rimmed in red. Can I come in? Of course. I step back and open the door, allowing her entry. What's wrong? Dan just filed for a divorce. What? I lead her to the couch and sit down beside her. How do you know? She sniffles and looks down at her hands. He sent me a text message as I was leaving work to tell me. Evidently, he didn't want me to get blindsided with the papers at work in the next few days. He made it sound like he was doing me some huge favor. Can you believe that? Oh, Janice, I'm so sorry. Did he say why? This was not how we talked about Janice finding out, and I'm a little annoyed that JD didn't give me a heads up to warn me. Now I feel like I'm walking through a minefield with a blindfold on. I grab my wine and take a long drink. She shakes her head. Not really. He just said he didn't love me anymore. But seriously, who does that through a text message? Her gaze shifts to my glass, and though I don't really want her to stay longer, I can't just kick her out. As a friend, it would only be natural for me to offer her a glass. Plus, it will give me a moment to get my bearings. Can I get you a glass? Please, she says and sniffles again. I set my glass down and hurry into the kitchen to pour hers. I'm so tempted to text JD and give him a piece of my mind. But I don't want him responding while Janice might see my phone. As I grab a glass and pour her wine, I think through my options. I could fake a work emergency, but Janice would probably want to come help with it. Maybe a call from my mother? But that's hard to do without the phone actually ringing. Even a phone on silent can usually be heard buzzing. Perhaps I can claim a headache after we finish our wine. I've had enough things happening in the last few days that I'm sure I can pass it off as stress. With that settled, I return to the living room and hand her the glass before sitting back in my spot and grabbing my wine. So what are you going to do? She takes a sip of her wine and presses her lips together as she thinks. I don't know. I mean, I still love him, So on one hand, I don't want to make this too hard. But on the other hand, I do, because I feel like this isn't about him falling out of love. No? What do you think it's about? I take a drink of my wine. She fixes her gaze on me, and I force myself not to shrink back. Can she see through my facade? Does she know? She sighs. I think there's another woman. I nearly choke on my wine, but I manage to swallow it and pass it off as a cough. Excuse me, you do? She nods. I do. I mean, it would explain his constant trips, don't you think? Am I imagining her loaded question? I have to be. JD and I have been careful. But then I remember the night I drank too much and he took me home. Could someone have seen us then? Or what about the night of the picnic when I fell asleep in the car? Could we have passed someone on the road who knew us? A sickening churning erupts in my stomach. Is it possible that JD told her? No, that makes no sense. He told me he wanted to file for divorce so we could be together. But could he have told a friend who told Janice? The thought makes me sick to my stomach, but I can't give anything away, in case Janice doesn't know. Yes, I suppose it would, but he could just be on trips like he said. Are you seriously defending him? She asks incredulously. I hold up my free hand. No, not at all. I'm sorry. I just can't imagine him cheating on you. You guys have always been so good together. Yeah, well, I guess looks can be deceiving. She leans back and takes another sip. So, do you think I should take him to the cleaners? I can't advise you on that, Janice, I say slowly, but I'll be here to support whatever you decide. She offers a sad smile. Thank you, Sarah. You're such a good friend. I don't deserve you. Her words cut like a knife, and all I can do is give her a tight-lipped smile back. I finish the rest of my drink in one gulp and look over at hers, but it's still half full. Do you want any more? I ask, though I'm hoping she'll decline. No, thank you. I probably shouldn't since I need to drive home. Besides, I crashed your evening and I don't want to keep you too much longer. Oh, it's no problem. The lie slides easily off my lips, but I'm glad she doesn't take me up on it. I stand to get myself some more wine, but suddenly the room tilts. My hand reaches out for the couch, and Janice stands to offer support. Are you all right? She asks, holding out a hand. I don't know, I say. I only had one glass, but I feel like I'm drunk. Do you want me to help you to your room? She asks. No, I think I'll just lie here on the couch for a minute. I'm sure it will pass. The thought of trying to navigate to my room, even though it's just down the hall, seems impossible, as my eyelids now feel as if 50-pound weights are attached to them. Janice takes the glass from me and helps me lie down. I'm sorry, I mumble. You came over for support, and now you're helping me. It's okay. She grabs a blanket from the back of the couch and pulls it over me. Just talking to you made me feel better. I'll let myself out and let you sleep. I should ask her to lock the door behind her, but I can't even form the words. Instead, I let my eyes close. The darkness is taking over, but before it does, I hear the soft jangle of keys and the closing of the door. Chapter 19. Lily. I don't know why I brought it with me. Usually it stays safely in my room at home, but I feel like I'm failing, so perhaps I brought it for moral support. It burns a hole in my bag as I walk through the quiet office, and I'm almost positive that everyone can see it glaring like a beacon in my bag. But I'm sure that's just my imagination. There are few people here yet, and nobody seems to be paying me any attention. I could probably walk anywhere I wanted and not be stopped. In fact, I'm tempted to wander into the finance department and see if I can discover something since Carrie hasn't gotten any information yet. Or if she hasn't shared it. No, I can't think like that. Carrie is trustworthy, I'm sure of it. And I can't just go waltzing into finance because if someone was there and asked me questions, I would have no answer. Still, I'm tempted, but I keep my head down and hurry to my office instead. When I'm sure I'm alone, I slip it out of my bag and run my hand over the soft, unassuming brown leather. Though it would look like a normal journal to anyone else, it means much more to me. "I'm trying, I promise," I whisper, as my fingers trace the name engraved on the bottom right corner. "I just need some help, something to put it all together." I sit there for a moment as if expecting some auditory clue or something, but nothing comes. With a sigh, I slip the journal back into my purse, tuck it into the locking drawer, and pocket the key. Maybe some coffee will help. The soft hum of the computers and copy machines floats on the air as the office begins coming to life. Not all the lights are on yet, and as I turn toward the kitchen, I notice it's the only light on down this hall. The door is open, and I slow down as I hear noises coming from inside. As I reach the doorway, I see Janice at the coffee maker with 2 mugs. I don't know why I pause, but something keeps me from stepping into the kitchen. Instead, I watch as she pulls something from her pocket and pours it into one mug. It appears to be some sort of white powder. Is it sugar? But why would she have it in her pocket? I watch a moment longer, but she simply adds some creamer and then the coffee. I should probably walk away and get my coffee later, but I have to see if I can figure out what I just witnessed. "Good morning, Janice," I say, entering the kitchen with a smile on my face that I hope appears genuine. "Getting some caffeine to start the day?" She looks up at me, and I swear I can see suspicion in her eyes. "Indeed, you're here early." "Yes, I thought I would get an early start on the project." I open the cupboard and grab a mug for myself. "Ah, well, that's very dedicated. We certainly appreciate that here." She gives me a nod and then disappears out the door. As I pour the coffee into my mug, I can't help but ponder what I saw. What did she put in the mug? And who is she giving it to? I realize I can probably find out if I follow her, so I quickly add some creamer and then head back toward my office. I bypass my door and continue to Janice's office, but it's empty, which means she must be giving the coffee to someone. Though my heart is pounding, I continue a little farther and see Janice in Sarah's office. But was the modified coffee Janice's or Sarah's? And what was in it? I hurry back to my office and shut the door before pulling the journal out again. There has to be something in here I've missed. Something that will help me make sense of what's happening now. But there's nothing. Suspicions and fears, but nothing else. Maybe Carrie will be able to make sense of it when she comes in. Though I try to focus on work, my eyes keep shifting to the clock at the top right of the computer. When 9 a.m. hits, I pause my work to head to Carrie's office. But her door is closed and the light is off. I glance around and see Mark in his office. He looks up when I knock on his door.
"What's up, Lily?"
"Have you seen Carrie? I have a question for her." He shakes his head.
"No, I haven't seen her. Maybe she called in sick today?"
"Oh, okay. Thanks." Though I suppose it's possible she's really sick, the fact that she's not here worries me. I head back to my office, shut the door and pull out my cell phone, punching in Carrie's number as I do, but she doesn't pick up. Perhaps she's just asleep, but the incessant ringing bothers me. I'll have to wait until the end of the day to check on her, but at least that will give her time to rest up if she really is sick. When 5 p.m. rolls around, I turn off my computer and head to my car, barely saying a word to anyone on the way. Thankfully, no one stops me, and half an hour later, I'm knocking on Carrie's door. My stomach begins to knot when there's no answer to the knock. I pull out my cell and call her again, but she doesn't answer. I don't know what's happened to Carrie, but I feel like it's nothing good, so I punch 911 into the phone and take a deep breath. 911, what's your emergency? The voice on the other end says. I'm not sure it's an emergency, but I have a coworker who didn't show up to work today. I tried calling her but got no answer, and I'm at her front door and she isn't answering the knock either. Can someone do a welfare check? Can I get your name and the location? My name is Lily Stevens. I'm at 6322 Pine Street, apartment 113. Thank you, Miss Stevens. The officer will be there shortly. She makes me stay on the line until the officer arrives, which feels weird because I don't know this lady, so there are long pauses of silence in between her questions. Finally, I see the police cruiser pull into the parking lot and I hang up with the 911 operator. Before the cop gets out of the car, I see a man hurrying towards us from the direction of the office. Though short and balding, he walks with a purpose, and a set of keys swings from his hand. He must be the manager. The man reaches the cop car as the door opens, and the officer steps out. My chest tightens a bit at the sight of the familiar uniform. I doubt he'll recognize me, but cops always make me a little nervous. However, I have to do this for Carrie's sake, and my own. After a brief exchange between the two men that I can't hear, they turn and head in my direction. The police officer is tall and thin, built like a runner. He has a head of dark hair that looks like he spends hours getting it to look just right in the morning, and a large cleft in his chin. Side by side, the two give off a comical look, reminding me of the old duo Abbott and Costello. The officer speaks first.
I'm Officer Diaz. Are you Lily Stevens?
Yes, sir. I haven't seen my coworker Carrie all day, and she hasn't answered her phone or the door. I'm worried about her. He nods and looks toward the apartment.
Has this ever happened before?
I shake my head. Not since I've known her, but that hasn't been long. I just started a few weeks ago, I add, when he cocks his head at me.
But you're worried she's not answering the phone?
It is clear from his tone that he doesn't believe me, but I try to keep my cool. Yes, I'm worried about her. We were working on something at work, and it's not like her not to check in or to ignore calls. He turns to the manager.
Have any of the neighbors reported anything?
The manager shakes his head.
No, but Ms. Brigman was a quiet tenant. No trouble and kept to herself.
The officer nods once more.
Okay, I'll see what I can find out. You two stay here while I check it out.
I don't argue, as I have no need to see inside anyway. I know it can't be good. The officer knocks on the door just as I had, and when he receives no answer, he begins trying to peer in the windows. I could mention that I've already tried that, but I doubt he would listen. So I simply watch, knowing all of the blinds on Carrie's windows are drawn.
I'm going to need you to open the door, the officer says when he returns to us.
The manager nods, flips to the right keys, and follows the officer to the door. As soon as it's unlocked, the officer has the manager step back, draws his gun, and enters the apartment. Though I know the news will probably not be good, I find myself wanting to run into the apartment and begin yelling for Carrie. The officer exits a moment later and says something to the manager. I can't hear the words, but from the manager's disgusted response, I know they aren't good. The manager stalks back toward the office, and Diaz makes his way over to me.
I'm sorry, he says. Your friend is deceased.
Chapter 20. Sarah. They say some people can sense danger, feel it floating in the air like an unseen electrical current. I never thought I was one of them, but when the goosebumps break out on my arms, I know something is wrong. A moment later, my worst fears are confirmed when I see the 2 police officers striding toward my office. I have no idea what they want, but I can tell by the expressions on their faces that it's not good.
Ms. Palmer, do you have a minute to talk?
It's the same 2 officers from before, Ramirez and his female partner. I didn't catch her name last time, but this time I see the name Finch on her chest. Of course, please come in. Ramirez does just that, a manila folder in his hands, but Finch stays by the door as if guarding it. But is she protecting me or making sure I don't escape? What can I do for you? I ask as Ramirez sits across from me.
I was hoping to ask you some more questions about Claire Cooper's death.
Though it is small, I catch the change in wording, and it sends a shiver up my spine. I'm happy to assist you in any way I can, but I'm not sure how, as you informed me it was a suicide. He nods.
We initially thought it was, but some new evidence has come to light.
New evidence? What new evidence? My throat feels as if it's being squeezed, but I try to remain calm. He ignores my question and asks another one instead.
Can you tell me where you were on the night of September 22nd, the night before I informed you of Claire's death?
I think back to that night. The last few weeks have been a blur, but then it hits me. I was out with JD, but I can't say that. No one knows of the affair. Well, no one except the person who sent me the text, and I still don't know who that was. I had dinner with a friend, and then I went home.
And what time did you get home?
I honestly don't remember. I ended up having a little too much to drink, and my friend drove me home. I went right to bed after that. Ramirez exchanges glances with Finch, who doesn't look like she believes a word I'm saying.
I see. And does this friend have a name?
They do, but I'd rather keep them out of it if I can. They can't make me tell them his name, can they?
That might not be in your best interests.
He opens the folder and pulls out a picture, sliding it across the table to me.
Do you recognize this?
I stare down at the picture, which seems to be a bottle of sleeping pills. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't take sleeping pills unless you count melatonin. Why? He takes the picture back.
This is the bottle that we found next to Claire.
Okay, that would make sense if she overdosed on them, wouldn't it? He studies me for a moment.
Yes, it would. What doesn't make sense is that your fingerprints were also found on the bottle.
What? No, that's not possible.
And yet, there they were. We also have a statement from Claire's sister that she couldn't swallow pills, so this is looking less and less like a suicide. Then there's the matter of this.
He pulls a sheet of paper from the manila folder and passes it to me. My fingers are trembling as I pick it up. What is this?
It's a letter from Claire that states that she stumbled across money being stolen from the company and planned to meet with you to discuss it. Evidently, this letter was sent to the wrong department initially, but as you can see from the date, it was postmarked the day she was killed. It appears she sent it as a form of insurance in case something happened to her.
I look down at the letter, which does appear to be written in Claire's handwriting, but it doesn't make sense. I don't understand. She never mentioned this, never asked to meet with me.
Are you sure?
Ramirez asks. I'm positive. But as I say the words, I wonder. There are moments in my memory that are fuzzy, gaps that I can't account for, and of course the bouts of paranoia. Is it possible she asked to meet with me and I just don't remember it?
Can you read the last line for me? Ramirez asks.
My eyes jump to the bottom of the page. If something happens to me, it wasn't an accident. I look up at him, the reason for this visit clear and yet unbelievable at the same time. Am I under arrest? Do I need a lawyer? Before he can answer me, his cell phone goes off. Finch's does the same, and they read the screens in unison. My heart drops as the two lock gazes and then turn to look at me.
Miss Palmer, where were you the night before last?
I was home. Why? What's going on?
Were you aware that Carrie Brigman was found dead in her apartment yesterday?
What? No, I understand she missed work yesterday, but I assumed she was sick.
I'm afraid she wasn't just sick, and I have to inform you that your car was seen at her apartment near the estimated time of death.
No, that's not possible. I was home, and then Janice came over to tell me about her divorce. We had a glass of wine, and then I passed out. I woke up on the couch the next morning. Ramirez quirks an eyebrow.
You passed out from one glass of wine?
I know that sounds crazy, but that's what happened. It's happened before. I think it's stress or not eating enough. I'm rambling, but I can't seem to make my mouth stop. You can ask Janice. She was there. She left me on the couch.
We will do that, but right now I'm afraid I have to place you under arrest for the murder of Claire Cooper and Carrie Brigman.
But I didn't do anything. My protest sounds weak even to me. Ramirez spins me around, pinning my arms behind my back. I wince as the cold metal of the handcuffs meets my skin.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. Do you understand these rights as I have read them to you?
Yes, but I'm innocent, I tell you.
We'll sort that out at the station.
He grabs my arm and leads me through the doorway. Though I was hoping not to make a scene, I can feel everyone's eyes on me as we exit. When I see Janice, I call out to her. Janice, tell them I'm innocent. You were with me the other night, and you know I fell asleep on the couch. A look of embarrassment crosses Janice's features, and she turns to the officer. I'm sorry. I don't know what she's talking about. She's been having episodes like this the past few weeks. She's forgotten meetings and had bouts of paranoia. My jaw drops open. What? What are you talking about? Why is she lying? And then I see the gleam in her eye, and I realize she knows. She knows I've been having an affair with her husband, and this is her way of getting even. Does that mean she killed Carrie and Claire? She's lying. She's trying to frame me.
And why would she do that? Ramirez asks.
She must have found out that I'm having an affair with her husband. He was the person I was with the night of Claire's death. Janice's eyes widen, and her hand flies to her mouth. She's a decent actress. I'll give her that much. What? How could you, Sarah? You're supposed to be my friend. She turns to Finch, who is still standing near her. I swear I had no idea. Don't lie, I shout at her, and then lower my voice when I realize employees are popping out of their offices to see what's going on. You showed up at my house the night before last. You said Dan told you he was filing for divorce, and we shared a glass of wine. I pause as a realization takes hold in my mind. Oh my gosh, you drugged my wine, didn't you? That's why I passed out after one glass. Janice looks at me sadly and shakes her head. Then she addresses Finch again. I'm so sorry. She must be having a manic episode. Her mother has them as well. How dare you, I say, narrowing my eyes at her. I am not having an episode. Finch ignores me and responds to Janice. We'd like a formal statement from you. Please come by the station this afternoon. Janice nods. Of course, I'd be happy to. She shakes her head again. I should have seen the signs. It's not your fault, Finch says, and I want to scream at her, but I know it won't do any good at the moment. If Janice did kill Claire and Carrie, I'm going to have to find a way to prove it. As I'm led out of the office, trying not to make a bigger scene, another thought hits me. Is it possible that JD misled me? Could he be in on this with Janice? Have I been that big of a fool? I keep my eyes low so I don't see the shocked and disappointed gazes of my employees. Even if I can clear my name, something I don't know how to do at the moment, I know that some of them will never look at me the same way. We step out into the sunshine, but I don't feel the warmth. Instead, it feels wrong, ironic, almost comical. Ramirez opens the back of the police cruiser and I slide in. I've never been in the back of a police car before, and it makes me feel like a criminal, even though I know I'm innocent. When we reach the station, I'm taken to an interrogation room. I've watched enough crime shows on TV to recognize the windowless room with the mirror. Ramirez undoes my cuffs and motions for me to sit down. I want a lawyer, I say, and he nods and walks out of the room, leaving me alone and confused. I know I didn't kill Carrie. I woke up on the couch with a crick in my neck and a line of drool on my cheek. If I'd gone out to kill her, wouldn't I have returned to my bed instead of back to the couch? But my mother used to do crazy things during her episodes. Drive to the store and purchase items she didn't remember buying. Is it possible that's what happened to me? Am I going crazy like my mother? Chapter 21. Lily. As I watch Sarah being led out of the office, I wonder if it's over, but my gut tells me it's not. Sarah killing Claire and Carrie could make sense, I suppose, but it doesn't feel right. There are still things I can't explain. Can you believe it? Mark whispers from my left. I turn to him and shrug. You knew her better than I did, but no.
Me either, but I don't know if I can keep working here. This is too much.
Mark shakes his head disgustedly and wanders back to his office. I'm not planning on sticking around much longer, but I understand his concern. This little company has suffered a lot recently. As I step back into my office, my cell vibrates in my pocket. The call is one I've been waiting for since I got here. Do you have something for me? I shut the door to make sure no one hears the conversation and settle into my chair.
I do indeed,
he says, and rattles off his information. At first, I'm simply nodding as he speaks, but then he says something that causes me to lean forward in the chair. Are you sure? I ask.
I'm positive. I'll send over a copy of the last email and a transcription of the voicemail I found.
Thank you. I end the call and stare at the phone. This makes a lot more sense, but I have to make sure it's correct. I trust him. However, I have to be certain. Justice is important, if it's delivered correctly. A tap at my door pulls my attention from the documents on my computer. I motion for Mark to enter.
You want to join us for a drink tonight? Mark asks. With everything going on, a few of us feel the need to let off some steam.
I wish I could, I say apologetically, but I have some work to finish here and then an appointment that I can't miss. Maybe next time."
"Sure,"
he says with a nod, and a tone that says he probably knows there won't be a next time.
"Don't work too hard, though. I guess we've all realized that life can be too short."
I think about how some people earn a shorter life and others have it snatched from them. I'll keep that in mind. He walks away and I return my focus to the screen. I click on the email and scan the contents. True to his word, it's everything I need. Every T crossed and every I dotted. My gaze drops to the bottom drawer, where the final item lies waiting for the right time. It will be tonight if I can manage to get her alone. But that requires patience, and mine is nearing its end. I pretend to be busy until the hum of business lessens, and there is nothing but silence left in the building. I open the drawer and pull the item out, checking to make sure it's ready before placing it in my pocket. Most of the lights in the office are out, creating long shadows and pockets of darkness. But that suits my purpose. Darkness is my friend in this case. I make my way toward Janice's office, hoping that her light is still on. My luck holds, and I find her at her desk, probably tallying up how much she stands to make with Sarah out of the way. She looks up when I enter, and her eyes widen slightly. "Lily, what are you still doing here? Everyone else went home for the evening." I smile and step inside. "I was just finishing up a project. I wanted to see how you're doing. It must be hard losing 2 employees and seeing your mentor arrested for their murders." She nods, but her eyes skirt to the side. "Yes, it's been quite a day. I've been working on damage control with our clients, trying to get ahead before the news breaks and they all quit on us." "I'm sure that's proving difficult. Can I get you a drink? Coffee? Tea?" Janice looks at me and tilts her head as if trying to figure out if I have an ulterior motive. "No, that's okay. I think I'll probably be heading home soon anyway. I'll just get something there. But thank you for the offer." I step a little closer. "Are you afraid I might put something in it like you did with Sarah's drinks?" Her tells are subtle, but I see her mouth part and her body stiffen ever so slightly. "I don't know what you mean." "No?" I'm enjoying watching her squirm. "Are you trying to tell me the white powder you've been putting in her drink isn't responsible for her recent odd behavior?" This time it's the vein in her neck that bulges just slightly. "What would you know about her behavior? You've only been here a few weeks." I nod and take another step toward her. Her eyes slide to the door behind me, but I know that I will reach her before she reaches the door. That is true, but I watch. I listen, and I had my sister's diary to read. Her brow furrows. "Your sister?" This time I play dumb and place my hand on my chest as if I'm shocked. "Oh, you mean you didn't know? I suppose it's an easy mistake since we didn't have the same last name. Claire Cooper was my sister, and she didn't die of an overdose." A tiny flicker of fear alights in Janice's eyes, but she tries to remain brave and stoic. "We all know that. Sarah killed Claire. That's why the police arrested her today." "Well, that's what you wanted them to think. But I know something the police don't know. I know that the last email Claire sent was to you asking for a meeting. I also know what that email said." She presses her lips together and grips the chair tightly. "I think I might have made a mistake in hiring you so quickly. I'm afraid with all the issues happening currently that I'm going to have to let you go. This company can't handle any more bad press." I chuckle and shake my head. That is probably true, especially with you stealing from it. What's that for, anyway? Are you planning to run away with someone? Destroy the company and start something fresh on your own? Or was it plain spite and jealousy? Again, I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave. You know exactly what I'm talking about. It's the same issue that Claire wanted to speak to you about. It's probably the same issue that Carrie brought to you before her death, the one that I showed her. Her eyes glance to the doorway behind me again, and I know she's trying to calculate if she's fast enough to get by me, but I know she doesn't have a chance. "I'm going to give you 2 choices," she says, trying to sound brave. "You can leave on your own and never come back, or I'm going to call the cops and have you removed." I tap my chin with my finger as if I'm considering her offer, but then I shake my head. Actually, you're not. I pull a small black device from my pocket. Do you know what this is? It's a cell jammer, so I don't think you'll be making any calls. Her face relaxes, and a small smile plays across her face. That may stop cell calls, but you probably didn't know we have an emergency button equipped with our phone lines. So I'll give you one more chance to walk out of here. I think I'm going to have to decline your offer. You see, I did know about the emergency button, so I cut the phone lines. I'm afraid you won't be reaching anyone that way either. The fear on her face is evident this time. Even if she doesn't believe I'm dangerous, she clearly believes I'm delusional, and delusional people are often threats. Her eyes flicker to the side of her desk, and I realize she must have some weapon hidden in a drawer, which means I don't have much time. So while she's distracted, I pull the syringe from my pocket, lunge across the room, and stab her in the thigh, pushing the plunger as I do. "What did you just do?" she asks, looking down at her leg in horror. I wonder briefly what she's feeling. Can she feel the poison circulating through her body yet? Is it hot? Cold? I shake my head. I will not go down that road. It doesn't matter what she feels, only that she pays for what she did. "I injected you with insulin," I say, as if this should be obvious. "In a few moments, you'll begin to feel dizzy and confused. You might even experience seizures or fatigue. These are all signs that your blood sugar is dropping and you're going into hypoglycemia. But don't worry, within a few hours you'll be dead." "You're crazy," she says, shuffling away from me, but her feet are unsteady, and I can see the dizziness is already kicking in. "No, not crazy," I say. "Loyal. That is the word you're looking for. Unlike you, I don't kill people who get in my way." She croaks out a hoarse laugh. "You're trying to kill me? But not because you got in my way. I am simply delivering justice. Justice for Claire and for Carrie. You took 2 lives, so now I'm taking yours." "You won't get away with this," she says, but her threat holds little weight as her body begins to shake and sweat breaks out on her brow. "You might be right." I lean against the doorframe so casually that if anyone did see us, they would think we were having a nice conversation. Maybe one day I'll get caught, but I haven't yet, and I have no plans to get caught today. Her eyes grow large. "You've done this before?" "Only when I have to." She drops to the floor as a seizure takes over her body. It's a little hard to watch, but then I remember what she did to Claire and to Carrie. I check my watch. It won't be long now. When she falls unconscious and stops moving, save for the soft rise and fall of her chest, I decide it's safe enough to leave. After all, no one else is in the building, so as long as no one enters within half an hour of me leaving, Janice should be beyond medical help by the time anyone finds her. Still, I keep one ear tuned to her office and any noises as I return to mine and pack up the few things I brought my first day on the job. My eyes glisten with melancholy as I pick up Claire's pencils and put them back in a case. Though we both loved art, she was always better than I was, and she hated when I used her supplies. Somehow, I think she'll forgive me this time. When everything is packed, I take a second to gaze around the office one final time. Though I never saw Claire here, I can picture her at the desk sketching away. It's been where I've felt closest to her the last few days, and I'm almost sad that I have to leave. "I'm sorry," I whispered to the empty office. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you." I pull out the USB that contains the virus I purchased from the guy who hacked into Claire's data for me. As I watch the screens glitch out and pixelate, I wish I could thank him in person, but I don't even know what he looks like. Everything was handled through mail or phone, and I know him only as the Wizard. Positive that any trace of tonight is gone from any security footage, I check on Janice, still unmoved, one last time before I head downstairs. I exit the building and head to my car. Once inside, I pull out the envelope and head to the nearest post office box. But when I arrive, I pause. Sarah didn't kill anyone, but she's not entirely innocent either. Any woman who would have an affair with her best friend's husband is not a good person, and the world would probably be a better place with her in prison. Still, she didn't wrong me, and if I don't send what I have, then I'm complicit as well. Besides, I don't even know if it will be enough to clear Sarah's name, especially since I won't be around to verify the authenticity of the documents I'm sending. Hopefully, someone there will be able to do that. Before I can rethink it, I drop the envelope in and drive away. As I pull into the parking lot of the hotel, my cell phone rings. I expect it to be Jared, wondering where I am and when I'm coming home. After all, I haven't talked to him in days, though I did send him a text telling him it was taking longer than I expected to put Claire's affairs in order. He'd responded that he'd understood, and that had been the end of the conversation. But this number doesn't belong to Jared. It's a local number. "Hello?"
"Mrs. Williams, it's Officer Ramirez."
Though I've been expecting this call, I try to sound surprised. "Officer Ramirez? Does that mean you found something about Claire?"
"We did. I wanted to let you know that fingerprints were found on the bottle that didn't belong to your sister, and that we've taken a suspect into custody. I'm sorry that we were mistaken."
I ignore his apology and ask the question anyone in my position would, even though I already know the answer. "Who was it?" He sighs on the other end.
"I'm afraid I can't release that information at the moment, as this is still an active investigation, but I will keep you informed as the case progresses."
"Thank you, officer. I appreciate that." Of course, I won't need details. I already know how this case ends, but it will allow me to follow Sarah's fate. He apologizes once more and we end the call. Then I head into the hotel to gather my things and settle the bill. With that done, I make a quick stop at a store before heading home. Along the way, I pull into a deserted campground and remove the curly wig I've been wearing. Then I pull out the license and paperwork for Lily Stevens and toss them into a pile. From the bag I received from the store, I pull out the lighter fluid and squirt it on the pile. I've enjoyed this persona, and I'm a little sad to see her go, but it was for a good cause. With the smell of the lighter fluid permeating the air, I light a match and toss it into the pile. The flame jumps as it consumes the lighter fluid, and I take a step back and watch Lily Stevens disappear for good. When the pile is nothing but piles of gray ash, I return to my car, ready to turn the page on this chapter and return to my life. To Madi Williams, grieving sister and orphan. To Jared, who better never do me wrong. Chapter 22. I watch from the shadows as she walks into the house. Then I grab the notepad next to me to document the time. This work is tiring, but important. She will pay for what she's done, but I have to do it right, and that means doing my homework, knowing her routine, and figuring out where the vulnerabilities are. And waiting. That's never been my strong suit. In fact, it's often the hardest part. But in the end, it will all be worth it. In the end, she will get what's coming for her. The end.